That's a leap year joke.
I didn't know how to take it. I was about ready to jump for joy.
And we're good to start.
Jordan and I were just talking. Oh, good morning, everyone. This is convening of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. We're holding this meeting virtually, so I'll do our roll call. Good morning, Commissioner O'Brien.
Just muted myself. I am here.
Good morning, Commissioner Hill.
Good morning, I'm here.
Good morning, Commissioner Skinner.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner Maynard.
Good morning.
I came on joking a little bit because we do have an extensive agenda, and I was suggesting we might finish this morning. We look forward to a good, productive day. It is leap year, February 29th, 2023, and it's public meeting number 506. We've got some minutes, Commissioner Maynard.
Madam Chair, I move that the Commission approve the minutes from the May 23rd, 2023 and the May 30th, 2023 public meetings that are included in the Commissioner's packet, subject to any necessary corrections for typographical errors or other non-material matters.
Second.
Any questions, edits on the minutes? Everybody had a chance to look at them? Commissioner Skinner, you're leaning in, but for papers, okay? Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes. Thank you, Commissioner Maynard, and thank you to your team. All right, I will turn right to our interim executive director and general counsel.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning to all the members of our team and all who are joining us here today. I do have two matters to present to you here today. The first pertains to the non-disclosure agreements we have with our gaming licensees, and the second, a proposed adjustment of the classification of our director of racing. So if I may, I'll jump right into the non-disclosure discussion. And just note that as we've referenced on a number of occasions, the Commission, as knows, we have executed non-disclosure agreements with each of the three gaming licensees. And where this does come up periodically, it seemed like a good opportunity just to refresh everyone's recollection as to precisely what these agreements are and what they cover. It's important, as before we do this, to note that these NDAs only apply to the gaming licensees. They do not apply to the sports wagering operators or the racing licensees, as the law does not allow for that. So I'll begin briefly with the law, and this all begins with the public records law. As you know, all documents and other materials that the Commission has in its possession are considered to be public records, subject to public disclosure, unless they fall into an exemption. And of course, you're all familiar with the more common exemptions, things like the privacy exemption that we can use to protect an individual's personal information, like their social security number, or the investigatory exemption that we use oftentimes to protect information that is subject to an ongoing investigation. And that helps us from having to prematurely disclose such materials. There's also what's referred to as the statutory exemption, which is how we get into the NDA discussion. And the statutory exemption essentially says that if there's any statute outside of the public records law that allows for certain documents to be withheld, then they may be withheld under the authority of that particular statute. In the case of casino gaming, Chapter 23K includes such a provision, and it's located in Section 21A7. It says that as it pertains to gaming-related investigations, that materials that the gaming licensee considers to be a trade secret or detrimental to the gaming licensee if it were made public may, with the Commission's approval, excuse me one second there, be protected from public disclosure, and the gaming licensee may require a non-disclosure agreement with the Commission before disclosing such material. Based upon that language, you may recall, the Commission adopted a regulation which is in section 139.02, and that governs the NDA process. The NDAs themselves are public documents, and in fact, the Commission publicly reviewed the request for an NDA that was submitted by each of the licensees prior to their commencement of operations. The NDA with Wynn for example, was executed in December of 2018. And that's the agreement I thought I would just walk through really quickly with you. And I'd be happy to display it so you can all see it. And we can kind of just take a quick look through it. And of course, happy to address any questions that come about. And I know you've all seen this before, so I'm happy to just kind of walk through some of the highlights. And let me make sure it's big enough. There we go. So the first section here is what we call the recitals, of course, and this basically just sets the stage. It talks about the public records law. It cites all the laws I just mentioned before and addresses that all the materials that the commission has essentially that were submitted by the licensees are considered to be submitted pursuant to a gaming related investigation. And then we walk through the fact that the licensee considers them to be trade secrets or be detrimental if publicly released. But it's this section right here that is really the nuts and bolts of the non-disclosure agreement. This is where we lay out all of the categories or specific documents and materials that are included and covered by this NDA. These were all submitted to the commission by the licensee for review. And ultimately, the commission had to make a determination as to whether they did fall into that trade secret or would be detrimental if publicly released category. And the commission ultimately voted to agree that these were. Some of them are familiar to everyone. Some are probably slightly less familiar. So I just highlighted a few that I thought were of particular interest. The first are the internal audit reports that the licensees themselves put together and submit to us. Those, of course, are sensitive, and we have agreed to include those here. The certain parts of the audits the commission itself conducts are considered to be sensitive, so those are included here. This is where we address the capital expenditure plan. Of course, we go into executive session periodically to review the capital expenditure plans of each of the licensees. Several of their committee meeting minutes that we receive and we review periodically are covered under this agreement. The daily revenue numbers, of course, we release monthly revenue figures publicly, but we also receive periodically daily revenue numbers, and those are considered more sensitive, so we do not release those, and those are included here as well. The floor plans of the casinos, the sensitive areas of the floor plans, I should say, are covered, so we don't release those publicly. Certain marketing materials that we receive to review prior to their public release are considered to be sensitive. We receive reports about the complimentary services being offered at the casinos, and those are sensitive as well. Number 23 is an important one. That is what we call the slot machine master list. That's a list of all the slot machines at the facilities and how they're performing and the payout percentages and what have you. Those are obviously highly sensitive, and those are covered by this as well. As are, of course, the internal controls that have been reviewed and approved by the commission for each of the operators. So that's number 24. Vendor disbursements, issues related to their surveillance system, the compliance binder, which is the material that each of these publicly traded companies compiles and shares with its compliance committee and boards of directors oftentimes are also considered to be sensitive. So those are all of the categories. I will just represent to you that the three NDAs we have with the licensees are slightly different, but all very similar. This one is just the best representation of a holistic view as to all of the areas that are covered by the NDAs, but they all will look substantially similar if you look at them separately. And then just real quick, a couple of other notes that are worth mentioning. By agreeing to this, the commission has noted that it agreed that the materials that are listed above are considered to be either a trade secret or would be detrimental if released publicly. Number 3 says that the licensees themselves have an obligation to mark any materials they send to us with the letters NDA confidential. So they have to flag those materials for us so that we are aware that they consider it to be covered by the non-disclosure agreement. Number 4 is the part where we agree not to voluntarily publicly release any materials that are covered by this agreement, and that if we receive such a request, we will assert the statutory exemption to the public records law and withhold the materials. Number 6 is important because it clarifies that nothing in here precludes the commission itself from making use of any of these materials, either as part of an investigation or for research or for other purposes that we may have. And then 8, 9, and 10 are also important. They're all somewhat similar, but slightly different nuance. They all say that if we are required to release any of these materials pursuant to a court order, an order of a different state agency that may have jurisdiction, if we want to share the materials with another gaming jurisdiction, as we commonly do, or we receive a subpoena, then this agreement will not preclude our doing so. The rest are all fairly common provisions that we find in contracts of all types and are included here as well. And then you can see in this particular case, our former executive director, Ed Bedrosian, and Jackie Crum from WIN signed this agreement. So that's a high-level overview of the non-disclosure agreement. I'd be happy to pause there, address any questions you may have, but we thought it would just be helpful to take a quick walk through our non-disclosure program, and that is it.
Any questions for Todd, commissioners?
Great. I'd be happy, Madam Chair and Commissioners, just to move on to item 3B on the agenda.
Yeah. Just to be clear, Todd, before you go on, and I appreciate, first off, thank you for the overview on your non-disclosure agreement. The next item, I wanted to make sure that the commissioners understood that our interim executive director asked for that to be on the agenda. It didn't come up during our agenda setting meeting, and so I just wanted you to know that it was put on. If there's any concern about continuing, this is your chance to say something. Are we all set to continue then? The other thing I wanted to raise is that as the agenda indicates, the discussion will involve Dr. Lightbound, and she has indicated that she is going to not be present in our meeting, so she is leaving our virtual meeting, but should we want her to join for any reason, we can reach her. Okay, so thank you, Todd.
No, thank you, Madam Chair, and I see Dave Muldrew is on the meeting here too, and there he is, and he will be joining in the conversation as well. But thank you for that introduction, Madam Chair, and I just would tee this up by saying that I am proposing that the commission authorized me or sent to my adjusting the classification and compensation of our director of racing, Dr. Alexandra Lightbound. Specifically, the proposal is that she be moved from a category 7 to a category 8 on our personnel classification chart, and that her compensation be adjusted to reflect that of the others in the class, including positions like our CIO or CFAO, the general counsel, the IEB director, and the director of responsible gaming. It's my view that the director of racing position requires the sort of specialized knowledge and expertise and enjoys the overall significance in the construct of our agency that it warrants being classified alongside these other positions. Furthermore, the person presently holding the position, Dr. Lightbound, I need not tell you, has long demonstrated her commitment to the work, contributions to the agency, and unique expertise such that she is entirely deserving, in my view, of this type of recognition. Accordingly, I bring this proposal to you without any reservation whatsoever. I'd like to just invite our Chief People and Diversity Officer, Dave Muldrew, in for a moment, if I may, to add a little bit more texture to my remarks. And good morning to you, Dave, if you'd like to jump.
Good morning, Todd. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. I had an opportunity to speak with Todd, and I know we had discussed it in the past. I am 100% behind this particular move for Dr. Lightbaum. I believe that her expertise, her experience, her critical business knowledge to our industry is critical to MGC and warrants to be included at the C-level, receiving also the same compensation as the others. And that's really the gist of it, is that I am 100% behind it, and it's the right thing to do. And hopefully this will occur. But that is my recommendation from Human Resources.
Thanks, Chief. Commissioners, questions for Todd as we explore this? This is Todd's request is consistent with what the commissioners have established as expectations for him during the interim position to come forward on these kinds of reclassifications. So here we are. Any questions?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hill.
I don't have any questions, but I would like to comment on this. Would this be that time to do that?
Absolutely. Thank you.
So I want to thank the interim executive director for bringing this forward. I am fully supportive of the initiative by Todd, Mr. Grossman. I feel strongly, and I'm going to first not look at the individual, but look at the position itself, which I feel absolutely the position should be moved from a category 7 to category 8 for many reasons. The position, as you know, not only oversees the horse racing industry, but that individual also is a partner with Dave as an HR person, because they have to look at hiring seasonal employees every single year for the racing season. So that's one leg of the stool. They also have to coordinate with our legal counsel the regulations and the mass general laws of the horse racing industry. So I think that's number 2 of the leg of the stool. And number 3, being a veterinarian and being the operations manager. There's the 3rd leg of this stool. I mean, there is a lot of responsibilities for anybody who would be in this position, and absolutely, you know, should be a category 8 in classification. Now I will look at the individual. There's none better in the industry across the Commonwealth, certainly, but I think across the nation. And she's been recognized not only here in the Commonwealth, but across the nation for the work that she does in the racing industry. So for those reasons that I just presented to you, Madam Chair, and through you to the commissioners, I think this is something that we should be doing. And I would hope that my fellow commissioners would agree with my sentiments that we should move Dr. Lightbaum to a new classification from category 7 to category 8. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. And I'm going to skip my usual, and I'm going to go second. This is for me something that I'm just overjoyed to see the recommendation coming forward from our interim executive director for the exact reasons Commissioner Hill stated. One, the position merits this heightened position in our hierarchy that Chief Waldrew really oversees, and has merited that really since I feel its inception, because racing is one of our significant oversights, regulatory oversight responsibilities. But second, I feel this is overdue mainly because of the individual. And Dr. Lightbaum is exceptional at what she does. She makes our job extremely easy. She always has prepared us, made sense of an archaic statute. She is faithful to the law using her own acumen and the resources that are provided through our legal team. She has worked closely with my fellow commissioners in different initiatives, with Commissioner Maynard recently, to make sure that her delegation of authority reflected our concerns. She brought that forward herself. She just has great judgment. We are so lucky to have her leadership. And as Commissioner Hill said, her strengths really extend beyond the Commonwealth's boundaries. She is recognized as a leader in her field of racing. She also happens to be a veterinarian, but I'm not sure that's even necessarily part of the position. We just always sort of put it together. We are just so fortunate that she comes with that background. And then in terms of her leadership in the horse community, she's just recognized as really someone to turn to for the racing community, the horse community. And she's an advocate for them, but also a strong regulator. So now I'll step away. My apologies for going second. Commissioner O'Brien.
Sure. I won't draw the meeting out by repeating what you and Commissioner Hill have said. I agree with you. And I think in essence, I've watched Alex run that group, and I think structurally that group is almost its own sub-entity. You pointed out sort of the ops plan, the HR component and all of that. And there is also sort of an IEB component because it got pulled in a way that doesn't really quite get subsumed by 23K. And so she does also provide a function there for us and for IEB that is not asked of the other directors. And so I do think that's also a part of this for me. And so I support the request for what you said. And then that extra piece for me that I think has also played a role. And I think the benefit of Alex, Dr. Lightbound, the person, in terms of what we benefit from whether it's helping to take blood gas when they need it, that sort of thing. She really has kept that industry and the last racetrack here functioning, not only for the ops and everything else that she does, but also because of her expertise as a veterinarian. So I support the request.
Thanks, Commissioner O'Brien. Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Commissioner Skinner, I see you weighing
Thank
in.
you, Madam Chair. I won't add too much. Commissioner Hill, starting with Commissioner Hill, and rounding off with Commissioner O'Brien, the case has been made, not that I needed to be convinced. So I support the sentiments of each one of you. I support the request for the authorization for Todd to reclassify Dr. Lightbound as indicated, and full support of Dr. Lightbound herself and all she does for the agency in the horse racing industry.
Commissioner Maynard. Thank you, Commissioner Skinner. Commissioner Maynard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Brad, Commissioner Hill laid it out perfectly as far as we have to look at it as the position first and the person second. I will say that the position is important. It's extremely important to the Commonwealth, and the person is more so important to me and to this organization. And so I also support it.
Great. So in terms of steps ahead, Chief Muldrew and Interim Executive Director Grossman, I don't think you need a vote from us. This is, you've gotten direction from us. And then I think probably if you could just, report back to us through an email as to when this is all executed and finalized. It's an important move today, so thank you. And
So, Madam Chair, before we finish, I just had one procedural question too. I mean, we've all talked about how this is overdue. And so I'm in my mind thinking about any retroactivity that might apply to this move. And so I, for one, would see that as an appropriate ask, particularly given that over the last several months, she's been a direct report up to us through Commissioner Hill. So I just want to throw that out there in terms of where I'm coming from on implementation date.
very good point. So what would you recommend, Commissioner O'Brien?
I'm thinking in particular of going back to when we made that shift, at least in the summer. I was thinking July 1, really sort of beginning of fiscal year, because she did at that point really step up and has been dealing directly with Commissioner Hill and us. So for me, that was sort of a bright line. We've talked about how maybe this was overdue even before that, but I'm absolutely comfortable going back to that date. I don't know how the other commissioners feel.
I would support that. Commissioners, what do you think? I see Commissioner Skinner is nodding. Commissioner Maynard, what do you think?
Whatever the recommendation of Todd and Dave is good with me.
If they were not to agree with Commissioner O'Brien, so do we, is this where we need to ask, I'll ask Todd and Dave, what do you think of Commissioner O'Brien's suggestion?
I support that, but no, I was just trying to make sure I understood so we're talking about basically the date in late July.
This
July 1st, the
Okay.
beginning of the fiscal year.
Oh, okay. That's easy
Madam
enough.
Chair and Commissioners, I am in full agreement.
Okay. Okay, no, thank you. We'll certainly take care of this. We appreciate the support, and we'll get it done.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Commissioner Maynard. We sorted it out in our public forum. I gather that probably everybody was aligned, but that's clarification, so thank you. Commissioner Hill, you're all set with that?
I'm all set, but I'm ready to switch my hat to my treasurer's position, and I just want to make sure that, we have the funding to do it back there, and I believe we do, for sure. But I just have to bring that up.
We have Derek Lennon. He's gonna wave
there he
over
is.
me. Lemon right here.
I was looking for his square.
Well,
Yeah.
I saw it and I knew he's always listening. Thanks, Derek.
Yes,
Chief
that
Lennon?
should not, yeah, that should not be a problem. And I think you are appropriate in going back at least to July 1, because then you'll be able to capture the 4% increases. And Dave and team will be able to just follow what, our salaries look like at that point. So I think that is the right move, because July 3rd was the date you had to be in the position to get the first 4% and January 14th for the second 4%. So I think that would be appropriate.
Thanks, Chief Lennon. Is that helpful, Commissioner Hill?
It is.
Derek, always, you're so good about knowing exactly where we might need additional funds, and you plan for that. So I'm not surprised by your answer today, and we thank you.
You'll hear that
Commissioner
at the second, you'll hear that at the second quarterly update too, that the adjustments you approved in the first quarter have made it much better on the racing side. So we do have the money for that.
Good. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So again, thank you, Chief. So in terms of Commissioners, I don't think we need a formal vote. I think we're all clear on a consensus. You have our direction, Todd. It sounds consistent with what you'd hoped for and what you had hoped for, Chief Maldrew. So thank you so much.
Thank
All
you.
right. Excellent. Trudy, maybe you can send Alex an email to let her know that we're all set now. In case she
And
has a-
suggest that you go back and watch. I'd hate for her to miss all the nice words,
Oh.
right? That everybody said about her.
I'm hoping, I suspect that she will encourage her to do so. Thanks, Trudy. All right. I'm sorry. So we're going to go right then to our sports wagering division. And again, Todd, thank you for your the good report on the NDA and on this initiative. And thanks, Dave.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Absolutely.
Okay, thanks. So now we're to sports wagering division director Ban and hello, manager Stefan. Good morning.
Good morning. I know Director Ban is out this morning at an appointment. So we'll start today. Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I only have one item for your review today. Beginning on page 29 of your packet is a house rules update from Caesars Sportsbook. Within your packet is a memo prepared by our division. On page 34 of the packet is a table summary of changes provided by Caesars. And then lastly, beginning on page 40 of the packet is the entire redlined house rules document showing all the submitted changes. And it looks like that carries us all the way down to page 517 or 518 of the packet. And Commissioners, as the changes are occurring throughout the entire House Rules document, we thought it might be best if it were all included in the packet here today. I believe this is Caesars' first House Rules update since launching with their initial set of rules last March. As you may recall, several of the operators request or submit changes to their House Rules throughout the year to include different markets or events. Caesars recently had submitted to our division all their changes at once, and while it may appear from the memo to be very substantial and a lot of changes, it is in fact more of an update to condense, consolidate, and streamline markets of their current approved sports, plus additional language for the new events or sports which are approved in our event catalog they now wish to offer. For example, if this were approved today, Caesars could now offer wagering to the customers on athletic track and field events, badminton, the entertainment awards, futsal, field hockey, pickleball, pool, rodeo, rowing, sailing, swimming, and beach volleyball. All of these sports are approved in our event catalog. However, Caesars had not offered these events in the past and now wishes to offer more variety to the customers throughout the sporting calendar year. Throughout our review of these specific new sports updates, we compared the language of the new offerings to our other operators who have been offering wagers for these events already. And all the language submitted here is comparable and nothing stands out as out of the norm. Additionally, if you're flipping through the red line document in your packet, Caesars, as I said, is looking to condense most, if not all, of their currently approved sections, as well as simplifying much of the language for better understanding for their customer. This consolidated language removes a lot of wordy and very specific examples, which can make it more confusing to the customer. Again, this condensed language is also comparable to other operators. Nothing Caesars is requesting here today is not something we have already approved in other house rules here in Massachusetts. Also, to streamline their house rules, some sports sections were just moved from one area to another. No actual changes were made to the house rules, just a reorganization of the sports, which also contributes to the lengthy red line document. I believe cycling and competitive eating fall under that streamlined category. And there are some helpful changes within the consolidated rules. For example, in baseball, for player-specific markets, instead of the specific player just playing in the game as initially stated, they now require the player to start the game for the wager to have action. For their lacrosse section, they've added or defined additional markets for wagering. Previously, for rugby, the event was divided into two different categories within their house rules. Caesars has now combined those markets to make it easier. And this is something we've seen across the operators as well, where leagues are consolidated for easier understanding. Lastly, throughout the general betting rules, which is back towards the top of the house rules, Caesars is also updating and clarifying language, adding and consolidating sections, and removing some wordy examples, while also adding some very helpful examples, all for the better understanding for their customers. For example, they've added language to their house rules on persons excluded from their properties or online wagering. The minimum, or the maximum winnings has been changed to $3 million. They have added clarification to the wager, the field. They've added an example for dead heat, which I've seen has been added to other operators' house rules recently, just for better clarification. Their parlay rules section has been cleaned up, and more definition was given to their super parlay rules. And futures bet settlement section has been removed altogether, as it is addressed in other sections. And this does occur for other sections as well, where duplicate language may be removed because it is addressed in another section in their house rules. And all of this is outlined in the table summary provided by Caesars, as well as a memo from our division. And I've said it a few times now, but all these changes are an effort to help streamline and improve their customer experience. If approved, it would condense their current 368 pages of house rules down to 165. Additionally, and an important note here, these changes were submitted and approved in every other jurisdiction in which Caesars operates. I confirmed this the other day that all of the jurisdictions have approved these updates already. And all the language submitted here today is almost identical to what was submitted in the other states. Caesars may be able to clarify that. I've had the opportunity to read through these changes twice, and was actually on my third read through this morning, and have not identified any requests that other operators don't already have approved in their house rules. And to note, to help answer any additional specific questions, we do have two representatives from Caesars here today. Digital Compliance Manager, Curtis Lane, and Director of Trade Compliance, Tina Spickerman. And just a side note here, a very big thank you to Curtis and his team for being patient with us as we reviewed these updates. Caesars did submit these updates early February 4th, I believe, with the hopes of being added to the 14th or to the 15th meeting. With all the changes, it did take a little more time to review the updates, taking time to review side by side the current against the revised version. We wanted to be very thorough in our research and review. So thank you to Curtis and Caesars for bearing with us. So through an extensive review of these changes, the Sports Wagering Division confirms all requirements have been met pursuant to 205 CMR 24702 and has no reservations with approving these updates. Madam Chair.
I just want to ask for a motion. That was an excellent overview. Manager Stefan, and thank you for the thorough report, oral report, and for your memo. And thank you, Mr. Lane. My question was going to be to Andrew, the level of cooperation around these changes, and it sounds as though Caesars continues to be a great collaborator. So thank you. Commissioners, questions for Andrew?
I had one for Caesars. Andrew sort of hinted, he said they're almost the same as what's been sort of given to everybody else. So curious what the almost is and why. I'm assuming that means there's a slight difference for us, and I'm sure there's a reason. So I just wanted to find out what it was. And
we do have 4 representatives, I think, today.
Sorry, I did mention 2, only Curtis and Tina. So thank you, Lisa and Craig, for joining as well.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. Mr. Lane, could you, or maybe it's whoever wishes to respond to Commissioner O'Brien's question.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I am Tina Spickerman. I'm the Director of Trading Compliance for Caesars. And Commissioner O'Brien, to address your question, all of the operators may have slight variances in some of the rules. However, in nature, they are all very similar. Just to give you a specific example, when we have statistics change formally by a governing body, we all have rules in our house rules, and they vary in differences with wording, basically. But industry standard is pretty much the same.
Maybe I misunderstood. I thought Andrew had said that what's in front of us is virtually identical to what you've given to your other jurisdictions, but I thought there was maybe a slight tweak for us. So that I was just trying to see, is there something slightly different for Massachusetts because of our rules and regs compared to your other jurisdictions?
No, ma'am, they're basically very similar in nature.
Good. Can I reframe the question, perhaps, Commissioner O'Brien, and just say,
sure.
Substantively, is there no difference? It would just be wordsmithing or something to align with Massachusetts, maybe a reg standard or something like that?
Yes, that would be correct.
Ma'am.
Thanks, Mr. Lane. Okay, is that helpful? I think for the record, Commissioner O'Brien, I think it's an important piece that you've raised.
Right. That's what I thought. That clarified it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay.
Madam Chair. Oh, sorry.
I'm going to let Commissioner Maynard go first. Commissioner Hill, if you don't mind.
It's fine.
The body movement. There we go.
Thank you. I asked this question of Andrew in private, so I'm going to ask it in public, right? What's going on with the maximum winnings going down quite a bit? We're not talking about small percentage here. We're talking about millions of dollars. I understand that there's a prior approval process that can come, but I'm trying to figure out what the basis justification, if there's something we're missing.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I can answer that question. What we do is, I'm pretty sure you've all heard of Mattress Mac, for example. So any wager that we took, it used to be 25 million, but that still have to go to the board for approval. So the 3 million is anything where I can approve and my immediate supervisor. Thereafter, it goes to the board for approval. So it's usually a discussion with the customer. I'd like to bet to win a substantial amount of money. And that way we've got the process in place.
I appreciate it. Thank you for that answer.
No problem.
Okay, Commissioner.
Madam Chair, if you can indulge me, any opportunity I get to learn about a new sport, I try and take advantage of. So please bear with me, my fellow commissioners. And I bet it's going to be Craig that answers this question for me. So I noticed that you're adding snooker to the list of bets that you can take. And I just have to ask, I watched the snooker championships, I think it was a year ago, and I don't know if it was on FS1 or if it was on ESPN. I have never seen such packed houses for what I would call pool, but snooker, of course. people going crazy on each shot that is made. So I just have to ask, is this a sport that a lot of people bet on?
Good morning, Commissioner Hill. It's, as an Englishman, I can speak to snooker because it's
Yes.
a hometown sport. It's been exceptionally popular through the years. It wasn't exceptionally popular when TVs were black and white because you can't differentiate between the colors of the balls.
Yeah.
But extremely popular, well maintained, and has a high level of standard and integrity.
I could not believe, like, there were thousands of people watching the snooker championship when I was tuning in, and it was by accident. And by the way, I think it was 2 a.m. that I was watching it. But thank you for that. It just amazes me, the sports that people bet on. And then when I start learning more about them, how popular they are.
Yeah, a lot of niche sports do have popularity.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, my fellow commissioners.
Okay. Anything else, Commissioner O'Brien? Are you all set? Commissioner Skinner, you all set? She's all set. Commissioner Skinner, O'Brien, you're all set now?
The one point of clarification following up on Commissioner Hill, what's in the House rules may not be a perfect lineup with our catalog, right? I mean, there's still the request that would have to add it officially through the catalog if it's not in there, right? Might be another opportunity for you to learn more about snooker.
Was snooker already in? And it's just, is that being added today? Or is it
We're not
just,
adding anything to the catalog.
No,
This is the House
no,
rule.
that's right, yeah. Okay, so, all right, so I just, good. You picked up on the same thing I picked up on.
Right.
Yeah, just to clarify, and I may have said this, but every sport that's in Caesar's House rules is approved in our event catalog. There's no
Is it
additional
not?
ones.
Yeah,
And it's not like they're adding sports to their house rules that isn't approved and they're just waiting to take wagers on it when it is approved.
Yeah.
If there's a sport that's not approved in our catalog, it is not in their house rules.
yeah. So snooker's been,
Snooker is approved, and
yes.
yes.
Commissioner Hill, I'm trying to imagine you watching. That's really where I'm having my enjoyment most. All right, so we clarified that. Thank you. Anything else for the Caesar team? Or for Andrew? Okay. Again, thank you. And thank you for the 4 of you showing up today. We appreciate, we understand also the work that Andrew's done. Andrew, all that homework makes our job so easy. So thank you so much.
Yeah, and I said it earlier, but thank you to Curtis and the Caesars team. Huge help here from you guys.
Great. So if you're to move, Commissioner Hill?
Sure, Madam Chair, I move that the commission approve the updates to Caesar's House rules as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Any questions? Okay, Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
I vote yes, 5-0. Thanks so much. And thank you again for your patience. I know we're a little bit later, but leap year is not a bad place to start. So thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Okay, then we're going to turn to the IEB. Good morning, both Attorney Kramer, Kathleen, and IEB Director Monahan. Good morning. Oh, and there's Councilor Mercer. Good morning, everyone. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So today we have 2 potential non-compliance matters to bring forward to you, and I will turn those over to Kathleen and Zach in just a moment. I just wanted to set some procedural framework first before we get going. As you'll probably remember from our last meeting, legal and the IEB are working together on some potential, on a memo related to when the IEB is a witness versus when the IEB is a party in adjudicatory hearings related to non-compliance matters. So that's coming at the next meeting. Today, the commission could choose to do sort of one of 2 things. You could hear these matters just for your situational awareness and put off any decisions on how they're to move forward. Or you could decide today to, one of the 3 options that we talk about every time, either taking it up as an adjudicatory hearing, sending it to the IEB for further review and action, or going through the penalty process where the commission sets a penalty and then sends a letter to the operator. If you choose to make a decision on one of those 3 steps today, we will still revisit this matter to discuss whether, and you decided you want an adjudicatory hearing, we wanted the IEB to act as a party or a witness. So that's a lot. Happy to restate any of that, but that's where we are procedurally this morning. So any questions before I turn it to Kathleen?
All set, commissioners?
Okay, great. Kathleen and Zach, there you go.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. I have a very easy job today because I'm going to turn it right over to Enforcement Counsel Zach Mercer for the briefings on these.
Thank you, Kathleen. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. The first of these 2 matters, this is an alleged incident of non-compliance by temporary Category 3 sports wagering license holder Crown MA Gaming LLC, doing business as DraftKings. The statute and regulation implicated in this matter is General Laws Chapter 23N, Section 3, defining sports wagering, and 205 CMR 247.01 2A1, prohibiting wagering on any collegiate sport or athletic event with an outcome dependent on the performance of an individual athlete, including but not limited to in-game or in-play wagers. This incident involved the offering of an impermissible promotional wagering market on a single player's performance in the NCAA Football National Championship game, scheduled to occur on January 8th, 2024. There were 13 bets in total, with a total handle of $457.80. I will note, in regard to this matter, the commission has considered a similar factual issue with a bet MGM matter, albeit on a much larger scope, which the commission was briefed on February 1st and opted to move to an adjudicatory hearing.
And again, Zach, on that, we just really heard the basic facts in we took the.
That is correct, Chair. That is essentially kind of the basic facts of the reports that we've received.
Yeah, and so we selected joint hearing. Questions for Zach at this stage? Who would like to go first in terms of recommending our? It was one player, 13 bets, $400 something, but one player, the NFL.
NCAA football. So this was college football, Madam Chair.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, NCAA. I wrote NFL, but yes, of course, it was college. Yeah, that's the point.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Skinner.
I'd offer that the commission hears the prior matter first, the matter that we were briefed on February 1st, I think, Zach, you said, right? At the adjudicatory hearing, so that we get the opportunity to set the tone. If you recall, the rationale for the commission sending that matter to adjudicatory, I can't talk this morning apparently, to an adjudicatory hearing is because that was a sort of a case of first impression for this commission, and we did want the opportunity to hear the facts, to question the witnesses and determine a penalty if appropriate. And so I think that the stakes here are relatively low, 13 bets, a relatively low dollar amount. So I would like to see this be handled exclusively by IEB, but with the benefit of any guidance that we might put forward in connection with the earlier matter at an adjudicatory hearing.
Commissioners, reactions to that or your own thoughts? Commissioner O'Brien.
I would like to get information on the first one, obviously on the first. I know it's a different operator, but I always struggle with these when we don't know exactly how and whether they went back and saw if there were any more. I'm thinking of when some of these first came to light with the Encore early on, and even MGM went back and did a look. I'd want to know whether they went back and did a look to make sure this is truly the only violation on this. That's where I'm coming from. So I guess I'm not really.
Are you asking for IEP to do further investigatory work?
Yeah, I am actually, I think, because I'm asking them to make sure that there's been sort of an audit or a look to make sure that we're not getting a one-off and then we're going to find out, you know, a couple weeks from now that they went and did an audit and found 4, 5, 6 more of these. So
if IEB, we don't need to get into their investigatory work that's been done, but to the extent that if that may not have been done, that would be something that you would like to see.
Right.
Commissioner Hill, Commissioner Maynard, what are you thinking?
I'm
Okay.
agreeing with Commissioner O'Brien.
And then, so hold, I just am trying to think when we would come back and make a direct, do we bring this back? I'll talk to you after I hear from Commissioner Maynard about the process and Kathleen and Zach. Not I, Will. Okay. Commissioner Maynard.
Yeah, at first glance, it's funny. I'm going to sound opposite of everything I've said over the last year and a half, but I would initially just kick this down. But I kind of want a little more guidance to Commissioner Skinner's point, out and about before we kick more down. But that's kind of where I am. I'm okay with going with the majority. That's my point.
Can I ask a follow-up question, Madam Chair? I'm sorry to interrupt. All set? Really, so just to Commissioner O'Brien's point, in the course of the investigation by IEB as they're reviewing this, should it be sent back, there is discovery that the scope is a lot broader than what is being presented today. Would this come back under those circumstances for a second discussion, or at least another briefing for the commission to consider? Because I would think that if there's a material change in the facts as represented today, that we'd want to have that matter come back to be reconsidered.
Commissioner Skinner, that was actually the process I was going to suggest after hearing this conversation, is that Zach could, the first question we could ask is just, have you done an audit? Is there anything else? If not, IEB can move ahead. If so, and there are many more, we bring it back for a further discussion about how the commission wants to proceed.
I think in terms of IEB going forward, is that for like exercising option 2, or are we going to hold for you to IEB to do that until the MGM?
And we can hold, yeah, and I should have said that too. And we can, if the situation is we ask if there's any more, there aren't any more, IEB proceeds. IEB would not finalize this one, close this one until we have the guidance from the commission on the other issue related to player props. So we'd sort of hold it, do the investigation, but hold any final judgment in abeyance until we get that guidance.
The process is clear to me and I'm in agreement with it. I will add, this is a statutory prohibition in Massachusetts, and I'm extraordinarily proud of our Massachusetts lawmakers' leadership and the governor who signed this into law for adding the statutory prohibition to Massachusetts. I know that Ohio is moving to adopt this prohibition. It's betting on student athletes on their backs. And from my perspective, these are high-tech operators. I think they can figure out a way to have a block on not having a bet on the back of a student athlete. This is one where personally I feel they got to get it right. So from my perspective, I'm not looking at the dollar amount. I'm looking at that single student athlete, that football player. For some reason, there was a bet on him. I'm saying him because I'm guessing it was a him. So I just wanted to acknowledge really how well positioned we are as regulators to have strength of the statutory prohibition to help us do our work, because it's just sort of black and white from my perspective. So I really like Commissioner Skinner's recommendation to see how the MGM goes, and then for it to come back if need be to the commission. Otherwise, IEB will be able to evaluate the tone that the commission sets. Okay, we don't need a vote on this? Everybody all set for Kathleen and Zach? Nice job. We have another one, Zach, and
We do, correct. This matter is an alleged incident of noncompliance by temporary Category 3 sports wagering license holder Betfair Interactive US LLC, doing business as FanDuel. The statute and regulation implicated in this matter are the same as the last. So general laws, Chapter 23N, Section 3 defining sports wagering, and 205 CMR 247.01 2A1, prohibiting wagering on any collegiate sport or athletic event with an outcome dependent on the performance of an individual athlete, including but not limited to in-game or in-play wagers. This incident involved the offering of an impermissible wagering market on a single player's performance in an NCAA football game scheduled to occur on September 9th, 2023. There were 9 total wagers placed with a total stake of $69.81.
Commissioners, you're thinking. Commissioner O'Brien.
I think the same thing. I want to know, were there others? It kind of speaks to your question, Madam Chair, is how did that sneak through? Because if one went through, I'm suspicious maybe there's others. And so I'd want to query affirmatively of did you do an audit? And if they didn't, I'd want them to do one and report back to IB, because that is dispositive for me on where I'd want it to go from here. In line with the other conversation we've had and what Commissioner Skinner said in terms of we're going to have a bigger conversation about this based on the one from the first.
Commissioners, I see Commissioner Maynard, you're nodding your head. Do you want to add?
I think it makes sense.
Makes sense. Commissioner Hill, Commissioner Skinner. Makes sense, Commissioner Skinner?
Yeah, insert my earlier position, comments and question here for this discussion.
Okay, minutes will reflect that, Commissioner Skinner. And I'll just add this, I made real clear just now how I feel about the statutory prohibition. I'm going to add the additional thought that it is not lost on any of us that we have such high expectations of our regulated operators, who we just cannot tolerate them betting on student athletes. In turn, we don't want to have an illegal market taking up that space. So, it's a joint effort, because if the regulated operators don't place those bets on student athletes, there is an opportunity to go through the black market. So that's not lost on us. So it's that balance, but I know we'll continue to work with the Attorney General's office on working to make it a level playing field. Okay. Zach, what do you think?
Sounds good to me, Chair.
Yeah, well, very, very nice work and such important work. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Kathleen, Caitlin, all set? At your marching orders for this?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so then next, I am going to, Trudy, if you're listening, if it's not Trudy, I'll take any help on reminding me to watch the clock, because at noon, we will need to break whatever we're doing and bring in Director Bobbitt, because we have scheduled him like a scheduled meeting. Okay, everyone. So I'll take any help on timekeeping. Thanks, Trudy.
Yeah.
So we are turning next to back to Director Monahan and Chief O'Brien. Thank you. And again, Kathleen, you're staying on with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, I'm going to turn this right over to Kara, but what we'll be discussing this morning are the temporary license requests for sports wagering and moving forward on those. And with that, over to Kara.
Thank you, Caitlin. Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. As Caitlin said, we have for you this morning the renewal of the temporary sports wagering operator licenses that the Commission approved in January and February of 2023. Including Plainville Gaming Redevelopment LLC, American Wagering Inc., Bally's Interactive LLC, Betfair Interactive LLC, BetMGM, Crown MA Gaming LLC, FBG Enterprises OpCo LLC, and Penn Sports Interactive LLC. The memo is on page 520 of your packet, but briefly, as these licenses expire from 1 year from their original issuance, the commission needs to review the renewal requests. As required by 205 CMR 219, the requests were made timely and the application fee has been paid. The licensing division has deemed the requests complete, and I am ready for any questions that you have. We also have representatives from each operator on the call in case you have any questions for them.
Kara, thank you for the excellent work. Commissioners, questions for Kara or for the operator representatives? Well, I can say that, remind everyone, the public, the lack of questions is not the lack of interest. It's because we've been well prepared. Along the way, we've understood that this process was underway. And so, Kara, thank you. And to the rest of the IAB team for keeping us informed. Really early on in January, we had our first preview of this process. Commissioners, if we don't have any questions, are you in a position to move? Commissioner Hill, you're saying yes. I'll welcome your motion. I'm not hearing any objection. Okay. Oh, you're on mute.
Of course I am, sorry.
No problem.
All righty. So, Madam Chair, I move that the commission approve the temporary sports wagering operator license renewal request pursuant to 205 CMR 219 for the following operators as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today. Plainville Gaming Redevelopment LLC, which is Plain Ridge Park Casino. American Wagering Inc., Caesars. Bally's Interactive LLC, which is Bally Bet. Betfair Interactive LLC, which is FanDuel. BetMGM LLC. Crown Mass Gaming LLC, which is DraftKings. FBG Enterprises OpCo LLC, which is Fanatics. And Penn Sport Interactive LLC, which is ESPN Bet.
Second.
Thanks, Commissioner Maynard. Any questions? Kara is just, I can see her smiling. This is a very smooth process. Thank you so much. Commissioner O'Brien.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Go ahead,
I don't have a question, but just a comment. I discussed this with Andrew yesterday relative to Bally Bet. It would be good for the commission to get an update on the status of their intentions for the Commonwealth. And so I know there are discussions with the sports wagering division that are underway. So just putting that out, for the rest of you. I would be interested as one commissioner in understanding what the status is.
And Commissioner Skinner, you can bring that up at the agenda study meeting on Wednesday so we don't forget. Thanks.
Will do. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes, 5-0. Excellent. Okay. Dr. Lightbound, we can say congratulations to you. You've got nice news today, and we all thought you should reflect on it and go back and watch the tape. But right now you're in front of us, and we weren't sure how the timing was going. So it's going well. You're all set, you and Chad, to proceed?
Yep, we're all set, and we'll definitely be done. Well, I can't say for sure, but my intention is we'll be done well before noontime.
Thank you so much.
So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Chad now, as it's doing with the promo and the Capital Improvement Fund Trust Funds.
Thanks, Alex. Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. So today we have 3 requests for consideration. And the first item we have is a request for consideration for the Harness Horse Capital Improvement Trust Fund submitted by Plain Ridge Park Casino. Each month funds are deposited into a capital improvement trust that the licensees can use to repair, maintain, or improve the property where racing activities are conducted. Distributions are made upon the commission's approval of the licensee's request for consideration, followed by a request for reimbursement. Today's request is in the amount of $1,066,505, and these funds will be used for phase 2 of the paddock and barn building renovations. I have reviewed the request and documentation that is included in the packet. I consider the request to be in good order and can recommend approval. Not sure if Steve, if you're on, but if you want to maybe provide a little update on the renovations and the project.
Sure. Thank you, Chad. Obviously, any questions that the commission might have for me as far as the project is going, but just a quick overview. The project is part of the design that we had brought before the commission earlier. It's not the complete design as laid out because the complete design was way out of our budget at the time. So what it entails is really a facelift of the existing building, restrooms, HVAC, which the paddock never had HVAC in those areas before, new paddock office, new windows, new air handling and things like that. What we intended to do with the concept was to actually connect barn to the paddock and make it bigger, but at this time it's just not in our within our reach to do that. So we pared it down a little bit. We pulled out the necessities, and this request reflects that.
Commissioner Maynard.
I'm ready to move.
Any
Madam-
questions? And I'm sorry. Any questions before he moves?
No, just a comment that I'm sure the HVAC will be greatly appreciated.
Absolutely.
It will by me when I go visiting, that's for sure.
Commissioner Maynard, thanks.
Chair. I move that the commission approve the expenditure of $37,500 from the Harness Horse Promotional Trust Fund in accordance with Chapter 128A, Section 5G, for the purposes described in the materials in the commissioner's packet and as discussed here today.
Second.
Any further questions or edits? Okay, Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
I vote yes, 5-0. Well done. Thank you, Steve.
And the next item we have is a request for consideration for the Harness Horse Promotional Trust, also submitted by Plain Ridge Park Casino. For the promotional trust, each month funds are deposited into the trust that our licensees can use to engage customers to increase attendance and handle. Distributions are also made upon the commission's approval of the licensee's request for consideration, followed by a request for reimbursement. This request is in the amount of $37,500. It will be used to put on this year's series of handicap contests that will begin on March 30th and end on September 27th. This too, I consider in good order after reviewing the request and can recommend approval.
Questions for Chad? Okay. Do I have a motion?
I can make this one, Madam Chair.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Hill.
I move that the commission approve the expenditure of $37,500 from the Harness Horse Promotional Trust Fund in accordance with Chapter 128, Section 5G, for the purpose described in the materials in the commissioner's packet and is discussed here today.
Second.
This friendly amendment, is it 128A? Or 128?
Turn to legal, is that?
It must be 128A.
I think so,
I
right?
believe it, yeah, I believe it's 128A, but I can double check, Commissioner Brown.
That's correct. It's 128A.
And I'm sorry I was having a slight case of deja vu there. I may have missed it, but Commissioner Maynard's motion on the last one, I thought he may have mentioned this amount.
It did have I used A in it.
No, I'm talking about the amount.
Oh, he's talking about the dollar amount.
The
Did you
amount-
say 37.5 instead of the 1,066,000?
So
It's
1
a
million-
sizable amount. I just want to make sure we got.
Yeah, I
that.
want to make sure that, yeah, you're right. I read out of the second motion and it was a total mistake of mine. So
I wondered, and that's why I've been scrolling. I saw a much bigger amount. Steve, how's a $1 million amount sound to you versus the $37,000 amount?
I'll take $1 million twice. Instead of 37,000 twice.
you should have screamed to the top of your lungs.
And there's reason for a little confusion here. We don't need to get into the details, but just there's a lot of details here. So
yeah,
let's undo. I'm going to turn to Todd first. We need to undo Commissioner Maynard's motion because it wouldn't follow from our.
it's confusing because he does reference the renovation and the discussion in the packet, but I think it's probably cleaner to strike and do it over.
I think.
So I think we can reconsider it, Madam Chair, and I would move that we reconsider the vote made by Commissioner Maynard.
And amend the amount, right?
Yeah, I think it was made in error, so maybe, we could strike the whole past vote if everyone's amenable and start again.
Well, I'm also sitting here thinking that there's another promotional fund consideration that I did make the motion for, because to not get into it, as somebody said, we've reviewed multiple things in the packet, right?
That's right. That's
I'm sitting here thinking, can we just talk about that project at some point and just integrate that?
We just did. So,
should we finish this vote and then go back?
Flip that. Let's be clear. I like Commissioner Hill's approach. That is a reconsideration. Commissioner Maynard, your first motion. Would you like? How, Commissioner Hill, I'll turn to you.
So, Madam Chair, I had just made a motion for the second one. So why don't we complete that one first, and then I'll reconsider the first vote.
And we have to accept the friendly amendment on the statutory reference.
Right.
The statutory reference is 128A. Yeah, I just checked it. That's correct.
Yeah, so that's 128. Do you accept that friendly motion amendment? Do we have a second?
I think I seconded.
Thank you, Commissioner Skinner. I'm sorry. I was doing the scrolling and not probably focusing. So thank you. Commissioner Skinner, you second that with that friendly amendment?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Let's vote on that. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
Okay, and I vote yes. Now, Commissioner Hill, I would have you move for reconsideration of Commissioner Maynard's earlier, or could Commissioner Maynard do that?
If somebody who voted in the affirmative
Thank
can
you.
make that, so any of us, I believe, can make that motion, actually.
Commissioner Hill, I like that it was your good idea, and I like the tone of it. Let's go.
Okay, so Madam Chair, I move that we reconsider the vote that we took regarding Section 7A of today's agenda.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes. Commissioner Maynard, we've had some discussion. Do we need any, and fair confusion, there's a couple of promotional fund matters in front of us. Do you have any further discussion, need any further guidance, clarification from legal?
Only that a $37,500 air conditioner was going to be really cheap. So I'm glad that we can redo this for Steve and PPC.
Well, and my addition would be, to Chad and Steve, thank you for your patience. We're getting it just right. Commissioner Maynard, would you like to move?
Madam Chair, I move that the commission approve the Harness Horse Capital Improvement Trust Fund request for an additional $1,066,505 in accordance with Chapter 128A, Section 5G for funding for renovations of the horse paddock as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Okay. All right, Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes, 5-0. There. Thank you. And now we have item 7C, advertising, right, Chad?
Yes, correct. So the final item is also a request for consideration for the Harness Horse Promotional Fund. This request is in the amount of $9,000, and it'll be used to promote the aforementioned handicapping series, along with the Triple Crown races, which include the Kentucky Derby, the Preakness Stakes, and the Belmont Stakes. And it's also going to advertise the summer's live racing, specifically the Spirit of Massachusetts. There's going to be a billboard that they're going to go ahead and advertise on if approved. And I also reviewed this request. It is in good order and can also recommend approval.
Questions for Chad on that or for Steve? Okay. Do I have a motion?
I can move, Madam Chair, see if I can't get this right. 7C, I move that the commission approve the expenditure of $9,000 from the Harness Horse Promotional Trust Fund in accordance with Chapter 128A, Section 5G for the purposes described in the materials in the commissioner's packet and as discussed here today.
Second.
Thanks, Commissioner Hill. Any questions? Nicely done. Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes, 5-0. Thank you, Chad. Thank you, Steve. Good to
Thank
see
you,
you.
commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you.
And before we go to the next item on the agenda, 6D, I just want to point out, similarly to 3D, Dr. Lightbound did reach out to Trudy and me to see if we would be able to include this item on the agenda. Again, it did not come up in agenda setting, but there was some time factors that Dr. Lightbound was weighing, and so I'm presuming you're all set to go forward on that, commissioners. You had the materials. Okay, thanks. Good morning again, Dr. Lightbound and Chad.
Good morning. Good morning, and thank you very much for all of you for considering the classification of the Director of Racing job. Much appreciated. Today we've got Sue Rodriguez, the VP of Operations for Raynham Park, with us. They made a request to add the 2024 Saudi Cup through SIS Content Services to their list of simulcast import. And due to the timeliness of the request, I used the authorization that the commission granted in 2023 and approved it. And now, as required in that authorization for the director, I'm bringing it in front of the commission for their approval. The import request for Plainridge and Suffolk did include this provider originally, so the commission has already authorized it for them. So, and again, this isn't a new, a new service or whatever. The Saudi Cup has been wagered on in Massachusetts for a number of years. So my recommendation is that the commission approve this, and Sue is on the line if there's any questions for her.
Good. Nice to see you, Sue.
See you.
Commissioners, thank you. Commissioners, Dr. Lightbound has exercised, I think, the authority that we granted. I mentioned the delegation authority that Commissioner Mary worked on with Dr. Lightbound. I think this was probably captured in that, right? Dr. Lightbound, or was that?
Yes.
Yeah. So
the number 6 in that specifically mentioned simulcasts.
Right. So she's following right up, and that's why she didn't really want to wait. So wanted to make sure the commission was all set. Any questions for Dr. Lightbound? Commissioner O'Brien?
Just clarification. So the other simulcasts already have this provided,
Correct.
right? Did I hear you right? Okay.
The other 2 licensees already had this as one of theirs, so it's not anything new.
It's nothing. It's not a new thing, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Correct.
Anything further? Okay, I'm hearing no further questions. Are you prepared to move on this? Commissioner Hill? You're on mute.
Yep, let me just unmute there. Madam Chair, I move that the commission approve the Massasoit Greyhound Association and Taunton Dog Tracks, Raynham Park, request for approval of an additional 2024 simulcast import signal as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Thanks, Commissioner O'Brien. Any questions? Commissioner O'Brien?
Aye.
Commissioner Hill?
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner?
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard?
Aye.
And I vote yes, 5-0. So, thank you, Sue. Nice to see you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. And Dr. Lightbound, thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Chad. Good to see you. If
Good to
not
see
in
you, too.
person, virtually. Nice to see you. Thank you. Commissioners, it's 11:30. I am next on our agenda would be Director Bobbitt. We're ahead of schedule. We have a half an hour. I am wondering if our sports wagering team is actually ready, because it's maybe earlier than they're anticipating going on. That would be PSI giving them their update. If we could fit that in, otherwise, perhaps our finance team is prepared to go forward now, at least in part. I see a thumbs up. Let's do that. And Derek, excuse us if we have to stop and allow Director Bobbitt to go forward. And then when he's done, I think PSI will be better positioned to go forward. All right. Thanks.
Absolutely, thank you. So we'll kick off with our second quarterly budget update. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm joined here by Douglas O'Donnell and John Scully, and we're here to present to you the Commission's second quarterly update for fiscal year 2024. The contents begin on page 576 of your packet. As a reminder, the Commission approved an operational budget of $55.8 million for FY24. And at the first quarterly update, we moved approximately $825,000 of administrative and shared costs from racing to sports wagering and gaming funding sources. As attachment A of this document shows, this has put the racing budget back in a good position. We're at the midpoint in the year. That item has spent 50% of its resources and actually has a revenue balance sitting. We'll continue to monitor racing revenue and expenses through the remainder of the fiscal year, but that's the extent of the update on racing this time, which is a good thing for us. In this quarterly update, we're recommending adjustments to some spending and revenue items in both gaming and sports wagering, but we're not making any changes to the assessments on operators, bottom line dollar amount. Moving into gaming, this quarter, we're increasing spending estimates by approximately $10,000 for the independent monitor bills processed and paid between October 1st and December 31st of this year. We're still tracking GEU costs, litigation costs, and the IT data center move costs that were identified at the onset of the year as potential areas of exposure. However, at this time, all looks good in these areas as of the reporting, and John can follow up with that if you have any additional questions after the presentation. On the revenue side of gaming, we're increasing total revenue projections by approximately $25,000, which is composed of the revenue reimbursement from Encore Boston Harbor for the independent monitor, that $10,000 that we're increasing spending for, as well as some movement of fees within gaming, where we have seen greater reimbursements for Encore Boston Harbor additional securities and less billings for primary vendor renewals than anticipated at the outset of the year. However, those have picked up, and we've seen 6 or 7 of those come across our desk over the last month or so. As has been our practice, we're also revisiting the gaming positions at each gaming facility as of January 1, 2024, to adjust the second half assessment on gaming licensees. The changes in positions, as well as the share of the assessment, is laid out on the tables on page 2 and 3 of the memo, or page 577 and 578 of your packet. In sports wagering, we're looking to increase projected spending estimates by approximately $909,000, which is composed of the following: increasing RSM's budget by approximately $622,000 from an initial really rough estimate of $750,000. I'd call it more a placeholder than a rough estimate, to $1.37 million for the actual anticipated costs through the year. We're also adding $500,000 for the ISA with the Attorney General's office that the Commission approved at our last public meeting. And we are decreasing the GEU line item under sports wagering by $250,000 for the officers that were going to be stationed at a Category 2 license holder. It appears that this item will be delayed for FY24, or at least partially delayed for FY24. This item we anticipate seeing coming back in FY25. We're also increasing revenue estimates for sports wagering by $1.1 million for the additional billings for background suitability fees. If you remember, there was an initial $200,000 license suitability license fee that was required. We spent all but almost $300,000 of that last year, and now we're billing for another $1.1 million, which offsets the costs of the ISA with the Attorney General's office, as well as the additional money for RSM. Therefore, we're not looking to increase the assessment for sports wagering at all. Good news, a lot of movement within the budget. However, no real changes to assessment, which I think is something we've tried to maintain. When we have additional costs come up, we look to find decreases somewhere or shift some priorities around, and I think that this is a good presentation of that. At this point, we've come to the conclusion of our presentation. I know it's short, but that's only because we've given pretty in-depth 2x2s, and the memo lays out all of these moves pretty clearly, as well as attachment A. But we are here and happy to answer any questions you may have at this point.
Questions for Derek, John, Doug? And I know the rest of his team is out there. Derek's always very generous about giving credit to the entire team.
As you all know, I am the mouthpiece up here, and all the work is really done by John, Doug, and their teams, as well as the directors. The monthly budget meetings really help with this, keeping an eye on what's going on.
We need these artwork behind you.
I love the artwork. I got to update too. Got a lot of updating to do.
Well, she's your force too. All right. Questions for our finance team? At this juncture, we're not moving on this, commissioners. This was an update. Sounds like you're all set there. Thank you. Thank you, Doug and John.
Thank you. That went rather quick. I think it was 6 minutes. So if you'd like, we can get into the procurement discussion. However, during 2x2s, this did take a little longer. I think the quickest we had gone through it was about 35 to 40 minutes because there are 25 slides. So we can move into this. I just don't want to cut into anyone else's time.
So I would, I think, commissioners, what I'm recommending is 11:33. if we could have the procurement slide go, presentation go through, and then maybe take a 10-minute break right before Director Bobbitt's. I think I could use a quick break. I don't know if you could use that. And then we go into Director Bobbitt's, and then we can evaluate lunch, that kind of thing. Okay, so let's see how we do, John.
All right, I will put up the slide presentation so we can walk through it, and John will have to keep me honest to make sure that I actually
And I'm not limiting you to that time frame. We'll just revisit it after Director Bobbitt's presentation. Okay.
Absolutely. Can everyone see the presentation?
Yep.
All right. Good afternoon again, good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Today I'm joined by John Scully. However, we do have Noel Lowe available for assistance should you ask us some question that we get stumped on. We're here to give an overview of procurement rules that the MGC follows. We fully anticipate the Commission to use some of this material in a future meeting when discussing and deciding a delegated authority level for staff and contracting and procurements. And this presentation begins on page 585 of your packet. I'll be handling slides 1 through 5, slide 9, and slide 16 through 18. John will be discussing the rest of the slides. This is an intentional format as John, Agnes, and Noel's expertise and knowledge of state procurement processes far exceed my own knowledge base. We're very lucky to have them, and as all three of them have taken and passed the state sourcing certificate program offered by the Operational Services Division. So moving on to slide 2. First question we have for all of you and the public is, what laws and regulations does MGC follow for procurements? Well, Section 57 of Chapter 23K created the MGC as a state finance agency for the purposes of state finance law. And as such, we follow state finance laws, certain sections of A&F's laws, as well as some of OSD's policies. So the Commission adopted 801 CMR 21, the Commonwealth's competitive procurement regulations, as well as best practices established through 801 CMR 21 in 2013. Page 14 of the Commission's annual report documents this decision. OSD has put together a handbook for conducting best value procurements, and the Commission's finance staff follows this handbook when conducting those procurements, as it is considered a best practices document for agencies. For goods and services not covered under 801 CMR 21, the Oversight Department for Horizontal Construction is MassDOT, and that's through Mass General Law, Chapter 30, Section 39M. The Oversight Department for Vertical Construction and Property Sales and Leases is DCAM, and that is Mass General Law, Chapter 149, Sections A through J. And the Oversight Department for ISAs and Grants is the Office of the Comptroller, and they have regulations as well, 815 CMR 6, that covers those. However, we will be focusing on procurements of regular goods and services and best value awarding. Slide over to slide 4. The MGC is required to use OSD's statewide contracts, including designated. So question here is, what are the roles? How do you actually go through a procurement? So there are some lists and priorities. The first is, if there's a statewide contract available, use it. And those exceptions to using the statewide contract have to come with authorization from the Commission. And we've done a few of these in the past, whether it's a procurement, whether it is a best value posting, whether it's a emergency procurement, and John will get into some of those. But the first thing is, if there's a statewide contract, use it. You're using collective purchasing power of the state. The second thing that we have to do as a department is designate a chief procurement officer. Once again, I've been designated as a procurement officer. However, I have very talented people that know a lot more about it sitting within my department. And a lot of times I defer to their judgment, whether it's Agnes, whether it's John, or it's Noel. They have all passed the sourcing certificate program. I've taken the courses, never took the test. Next thing is, all departments must maintain and keep up to date a Combis organization account. And the reason we do this is because 801 CMR 21 says all procurement should be open and competitive when it's done through a state agency. Combis puts it out to everyone in the world to see what we're offering as a procurement. And then the final part is Departments have to respond to requests from OSD for comprehensive quality assurance reviews, make sure we're using their system correct, following their rules, as well as, and we volunteered to do this. So the commission doesn't have to do this piece, but we volunteered to. And we also have to provide follow-up meetings to any person who did not win a procurement and they want to know why they didn't win. This will be my last slide, and then John will hit you with a lot more details. So what are the authorized methods of acquiring goods and services under 801 CMR 21? Once again, and you're going to hear this over and over again, statewide contracts. That's your first option. Use a statewide contract. Second thing is authorized exceptions and due diligence postings. And we've done quite a few of those. And then we bring them to the commission and we say, this is an area where I think we can really do a targeted spend, or we think that this person is uniquely qualified to provide these services. We can jump onto another department's contract as long as they have opened it up for other departments to use. And we can actually ask those departments to open it up. If none of those are available, then we have to issue an RFR and do a procurement, unless we fall into one of the 6 procurement exceptions under 801 CMR 21, or the 7th one that the commission has authorized, and John will talk about in later slides. Right, John?
All right, great. Thanks, Derek. All right, so this slide basically shows a flow chart for the steps for usage of statewide contracts. First thing that anybody at MGC should be doing is first check and see if a statewide contract exists for these goods and services that they're looking to procure. The next step, I've got a little link in here. It actually links back to MassGov's OSD website for statewide contracts. But staff should then check that link, go and see if there's a statewide contract, and see if there's a contract user guide for a full description of scope of services and vendor list for that available contract. If the statewide contract, if the statewide contracts exists and they're following the user guide, they should next check with finance and see if there's enough funds available first, and then also to see if finance has any spend targets or benchmarks set by SDO that still need to be met. Once MGC staff has that information, they should reach out to the vendors that are associated with those benchmarks, those SDO certifications, and solicit quotes. Once they solicit quotes, you should again refer back to the contract user guide, check to see if a purchase order is needed or a statement of work is needed. And next slide, Derek, please. All right, so due diligence postings. The MGC every once in a while has to do due diligence postings. What is a due diligence posting? What's included? So due diligence postings include detailed descriptions of the commodity or services being sought. They must include the company information for the commodities and services, as well as any price that's available. An explanation of why these services are being sought should be included in the notice, as well as any specifications. Typically, the 3 options, 3 reasons why you go out for due diligence are if a vendor has offered something that is the best value, it's like a rock solid, rock bottom price, you still have to go out and post and make sure that is the case. Another instance could be intent to purchase proprietary service or product, something that's unique, like such as Zambonis, right? For example, like only one company will offer that. And then, the last instance would be intent to purchase services from another governmental agency or entity. And how long do due diligence postings have to be put up for? At least 14 calendar days. And if the services that are sought are actually over 498,000 in totality, then we would defer to World Trade Organization requirements, and the posting would have to be up for at least 40 days. Next slide, please. All right, so what are the 7 procurement exceptions that MGC follows? First one is legislative exemptions or legal restrictions due to general or special law or existing legal obligation. Next one could be for emergency situations. These require immediate acquisition or commodity or service to eliminate the emergency. The next one could be collective purchasing arrangements. An example of this is when cities or towns or states pool their purchasing power and create a collective procurement. The next item would be interim contracts. So in the event that a contract is set to expire, and you want to prevent a lapse in services, we can do an interim contract for 90 days, 3 months. Then the next item that would be a procurement exception is hiring contract employees. No procurement is needed for that. The next item would be incidental purchases. These are typically non-recurring purchases of less than $10,000. And the final one would be de minimis purchases. This one is one that was actually approved by the commission on November 10th of 2016. It's a procurement exception because the amount that was for de minimis purchases that was approved by the commission was $1,500, and this is just this is just good business sense, where it would cost more in staff resources to go out and procure this item than it would to just to go and get it the $1,500 item. And then the next slide, I'm gonna kick it back to Derek.
And I'm just going to go back to this. We have really gleaned over these, but within 801 CMR 21, as well as within OSD's purchasing handbook, they have a lot of requirements for when you can use any of these exceptions. So, yes, they're there, but just like the public records law, where you have exceptions, the devil's always in the details. And that's where we have to dig deep with our staff if they're looking to use one of these. Delegated authority level. This slide we included as a good place to start thinking about at what point does the commission want to be involved in our procurements, right? When do you want to jump in? When do you want to be part of the procurement team? When do you want to be part of the review of statewide contracts? And there are already a lot of established delegated authority and secondary reviews set up either in statute or regulations by oversight agencies. So the first one, any contract that has a total value of $500,000 or more requires a secondary review of the state comptroller's office. And they're looking at, did we do the RFR right? Did we post it long enough? Did we make sure that World Trade Organization was handled? Did we take in competitive bids? Did we make sure that the SDO forms, the small business purchasing forms, the environmentally preferable product forms, all these requirements that John's going to go over later that I couldn't keep track of, and I'm not creative enough to. And I thank God that we have people here that do this on a regular basis, that we do this and we don't get our delegated authority reduced by the comptroller's office. The second one is $498,000, and that's this Commonwealth of Massachusetts as a total entity has engaged in the World Trade Organization's postings to make sure that any contract with a total value of $498,000 or more is posted publicly for at least 40 days. So anyone can apply for these opportunities. Next, we get into some delegated authority levels that the Operational Services Division has set. And these have changed recently. It used to be the total value. Now we're looking at annual spend. Anything with an annual spend of $250,000 or more is considered a large procurement. And whether you're doing this off of a statewide contract or a regular procurement, there are all kinds of rules that come with this, right? Do you require only small business or supply diversity offer or supply diversity program vendors eligible? Under $250,000, there are a lot less restrictions. Now you're just kicking into the SBPP program, the Small Business Purchasing Program. Next, you get to the $10,000 level, which is what John talked about, an incidental purchase, non-recurring purchase, one time. So at the Gaming Commission, and this is not set in statute or in regulation, so they just say non-recurring and under $10,000. So what we've said is you have to every other year, right? You're not doing it more than every other year to hit that incidental purchase level. If you come back for it within the same year, sorry, that's not incidental anymore. That's you got to go out to procure now. You made a bad estimate the first time round. The de minimis procurement that John just touched on, and then there's a statewide contract value. Because it is already procured through OSD, through a competitive procurement process, or through comptroller's office through a competitive procurement process, there's not much of a secondary review, if any. And it's up to the departments to make sure you use the contract user guides. And this is where that quality assurance visit through comptrollers or OSD can really hurt us. So my recommendation would be whatever threshold you choose, and there are some up here and you don't have to stick to these, make it consistent. Make it for procurements, make it for statewide contracts, make it for whatever we're doing, whether it's RFIs, have the commission involved in reviewing it at a dollar threshold. All right, moving on to the next slides.
Okay, all right. So what system is MGC required to use for? Go ahead.
Pause, because Derek, that's just a good pause for something we would look to in the future. So something that could come on agenda setting if we want to look at a threshold.
And it's well overdue, as we've talked about, right? We have enjoyed this as a staff that I have not enjoyed at many state agencies. I've always had to send it up to either a secretary or an executive director for review at a certain threshold, and those have changed as dollar amounts have changed. When we had the 2x2, we were talking about 50,000 being the old threshold, and that was when I actually joined state government. Now they've moved it up to 250. Comptrollers used to be at 100. They've moved it up to 500. So as you've seen state government grow and procuring grow in state government, these thresholds have changed. But it's a good time to think about it, and these are all relatively new. The 250, like I said, started in 2022. The 498 used to be 400,000. That's gone up, and the comptroller's review went from 100 up to 500. So it does show that state government is growing.
Right. So something for the commission to consider its level of involvement, and it could be setting the threshold amount, not necessarily getting involved in the actual procurement process, but maybe saying we want to be apprised of the process after, at the right juncture. But if it's a trigger of an amount, I've seen it executed in many ways, Derek, and I know you have too. But right now, the commission receives no notice necessarily of particularly large procurements. They're done correctly because of all this nice process, but the commission might want to be better informed.
So it's the same thing we did with positions, right? When does the commission want to know that a position's being posted so that you can choose to be involved or not be involved and just delegate it further?
That's right. Exactly. Okay. Sorry, John. I'm going to pause now myself. Thanks.
A-okay. A-okay.
Madam Chair, may I interrupt for a moment?
Yes, and commissioners, I interrupted earlier, but yes, Commissioner Hill, question.
So you had suggested at 11:30 that you would like a 10-minute break before we have the commissioner come on. So I would just bring that to your attention that I probably could use a little break myself.
Yeah.
And this might be a good time to take that break.
Before John goes in, thank you. And I looked at the time. Thank you, everyone. I just need a quick break. So we're going to convene sharp at noon, and Director Bobbitt will be ready to go. The only thing I'd ask is for our team, if he needs any help with his PowerPoint, either Trudy or Mills or Dave can help him on that. Okay.
And I do apologize to Derek and John for interrupting.
We went into this full knowledge that it was going to cut off at some point.
Yeah, and thank you. It's very helpful, John. Thank you so much. Dave, whenever you want, and bring down the screen. Thanks.
All set.
Thanks, Dave. Dave and Tom, I'm not sure if I see Director Bobbitt yet. Oh, there. Oh, good. I wanted to make sure you didn't have any technical challenges.
I'm here, looking forward.
Yeah, so we're live. I just haven't yet reconvened. We're just waiting for a couple. We took a quick break before we start with you, Michael. Nice to see you.
You too.
Virtually. Yeah. There. Okay. I think we're all back now. This is a reconvening of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. We took a quick break from our morning and because we're holding this meeting virtually, I'll do our roll call. Good morning, good afternoon now, Commissioner O'Brien.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Hill.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Skinner.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Maynard.
Good afternoon.
And we are really pleased to welcome back to the commission Director Michael Bobbitt, who wears so many hats and is just a dynamic public servant because he has so many talents that stretch beyond his role. And I always think, as a voting citizen, and how lucky we are to have you as our public servant. So you are with the Mass Cultural Council, and the reason why we are delighted to have you come back to report to us is because your agency received some gaming funding, and we are very interested in learning more about how it's spent and what your mission is. And thank you. So, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. It's great to be back in the room with you all, and good afternoon, commissioners and everyone else attending. As Kathy mentioned, my name is Michael Bobbitt. I'm the Executive Director of Mass Cultural Council. I'm going to attempt to share my screen because we do have a presentation. I hope it goes well.
There we go. Let's see.
Great.
Well, not quite. That's still
How is it?
out there. Yeah.
Fantastic. So here we are at the conversation about the Gaming Mitigation Fund. I want to tell you a little bit more about Mass Cultural Council first. We are an independent state agency that is put in place by legislation to really bolster the sector. We do a lot of work in the economic vitality world, the support for systems change and transformational change, and certainly to celebrate, preserve, and inspire creativity all across Massachusetts. This is our newly enacted mission, vision, and values statement. We're working really hard to advance the sector and try to infuse creativity in all of government. And it's been a really exciting time building relationships across state government and also with other private sectors. Here's some information about the financials of our state. We are a $27.2 billion industry in Massachusetts. That's 4.2% of the state's gross domestic product and a little more than 135,000 jobs. This is data pulled from the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis for 2021. We're eagerly awaiting what 2022 looks like and hope those numbers go up. To compare the size of the creative sector, you'll see we're almost 3 times that of transportation and about $4 billion more than construction, and tied with retail, which I think is often a shock to many people how big the sector is. One of the other statistics I like to brag on is that for every 1 ticket sold to sports ball events, we sell 5 to arts and culture. So it's a major industry. and all the stuff people do before they go to consume art. They might get their hair done, their nails done, they might buy a new outfit. They're probably going to an arts event with other people, and so there might be dinner, and then the use of transportation, public, private, ride share, gas, parking. After dinner, you might have a drink. So that secondary spending around arts and culture is pretty fantastic. Here's the list of our programs, our grant programs. You'll see Gaming Mitigation Fund, which is a new title. It was Gaming Mitigation Program, but the word program confused a lot of people. So we changed it to Gaming Mitigation Fund. It's just one of the popular funds that we have. A little bit about the fund. You'll see that the fund supports touring shows and touring artist fees, and it was designed to mitigate some of the sustainability of organizations that might be in competition with casinos around the state. And so here are some of the numbers that we like to brag on. So more about the statute. 2% of casino tax revenues collected are transferred into the Massachusetts Cultural and Performing Arts Mitigation Trust. Last year, from mid-March until January, the fund revenue amounted to a little over $5 million. And the total deposits of the fund since its inception in January 2020 is $21.5 million. This year, we have allocated $3.66 million to the Gaming Mitigation Fund, and based on legislation where we can use 25% for other programs, we have dedicated $1.2 million to other organizational support. To date, an additional $623,000 has accumulated in the fund, which has not yet been committed by our governing council. The operating since fiscal year 21, this is now the fourth cycle. We've had 134 grants made to 54 unique organizations, totaling more than $10 million. The applicants for this year closed at the beginning of the month. We had 62 total applicants, which is a 40% increase from last year. 15 of those organizations have never received funding through this program, and then 5 are identified as Black, Indigenous, or people of color centered organizations. And again, $3.66 million is available for funds. And I'll leave it at that. I'll put the other slide up in case there are questions about that. The other thing I wanted to mention, in addition to loving this partnership with you all, I know that we had a conversation about the Community Mitigation Fund, and we were excited to see Mr. Mills's note to the legislature to maybe expand that fund to be used for other purposes, which could include arts and culture. I think it's a great way to even show more support for the creative sector, and certainly to help mitigate in the spirit of what the law has mandated. But again, excited to be here. Thank you for adding me in again. It's good to see my friend Jordan Maynard in the room as well. And we'll just have some time for questions.
And I was going to turn to Commissioner Maynard, Michael, because I know that you've spoken with him about the community mitigation. So if you want to take down the slideshow, we can see everyone. And Commissioner Maynard, I don't know if you want to launch the discussion.
How can I not with that introduction by Director Bobbitt? Director Bobbitt and I have known each other since I was in an old job and he was just starting this job. So I appreciate you being here today, Michael. I think you hit the nail on the head, right? We did send a letter over about getting the Community Mitigation Fund, allowing us more levers on that. And I'm looking for Joe as I'm talking, which is why I'm speaking slowly. But I think projects that benefit arts and culture are important, right? And when we think about mitigation, we can't just think about traffic. We can't just think about sidewalks. We have to think about everything that could be mitigated from the harmful impacts, potentially harmful impacts of wagering. So I appreciate your support on us sending that letter to the legislature, and hopefully we can get a fix like that. And it would benefit programs across the Commonwealth. thank you for being here. Thank you for the great work that you're doing with the money, and totally supportive from this commissioner, what you're doing, Michael.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. One of the other things that we briefly talked about, and we have to see what exploration we can do, is our Arts on Prescription program, whereby healthcare providers can prescribe arts and culture activities across the to their patients as an alternative or supplement to medicine. We're hopefully in a few months we'll announce hopefully a managed care provider that will be providing the reimbursements for that in a major hospital system in Massachusetts, so we can scale this program up. But one of the ideas that came up in our last conversation was how can this be used to support those struggling with gaming addiction, gambling addictions. So I look forward to, again, deepening our partnership and seeing other ways we might be able to play together.
Commissioner Skinner.
Good afternoon, Director Bobbitt. You and I have not had the opportunity to meet just yet, so it is a pleasure. Thank you for sharing the information that you've shared in your presentation. I'm not as familiar with the community mitigation aspect of its relationship with the Mass Council, so this was really eye-opening for me. I do have, however, some experience with the Cultural Council in my days with the Department of Transitional Assistance. We partnered with you at that time on the EBT Card to Culture program. And I want to ask, there's a similar initiative that is ongoing here in the city of Boston relative to public school students. And is your organization involved with that at all?
We are not. Certainly the organization that's benefiting from Mayor Wu's great program to get public school kids to go to arts and culture. We support those organizations, and hopefully that can be a model for other cities and towns to think about how they can use their cultural assets to support students in their school programs. We know there's so much research and so many white papers and academic studies out there that show how much kids who both consume and participate in the arts benefit from arts in schools and as citizens. So, and just to speak of the Card to Culture program, it's fantastic. I know Beth Ann Steiner, our Director of Public Affairs, is on the line, and I think she probably has the most up-to-date numbers. I know there are more than 400 arts organizations. Hi, Beth Ann, do you want to tell us, brag about our numbers for that program?
Sure. So our Card to Culture program is an initiative that was started about 10 years ago. The voluntary partnership that the Mass Cultural Council have with 3 other state programs. The WIC program, which is run by DPH.
Madam Chair, can I interrupt? I'm having a very difficult time hearing Beth Ann for some reason, and I apologize.
No, and we all were, but we were just sorting it out, so thank you. Probably gonna make you repeat everything, Beth Ann. Let's see if with your headphones it works.
Commissioner, and it's nice to see you again. Can you hear me better now with the headset?
Excellent.
Oh, good. Thank you. Sorry to quickly repeat, our Card to Culture program is a voluntary partnership that Mass Cultural Council started about a few years ago, and we have this partnership with 3 other state agency programs: the WIC program at DPH, the SNAP program, or the EBT card, which is run by the Department of Transitional Assistance, and the Connector Care health insurance program over at the Healthcare Connector. And so what these programs do is, if you are a individual or a family in Massachusetts that has one of those cards, WIC, EBT, or Connector Care, then you are eligible for free or dramatically reduced admission to 402 different cultural organizations located all across the Commonwealth, from Pittsfield to P-Town. And these are voluntary. This is a voluntary arrangement. The cultural organizations do it because they believe in the access and the benefits of arts and culture experience.
So thank you for that. I see Tom Mills has turned on his camera. We were sort of in the trenches together over at DTA when this program was introduced, and so we do know that access absolutely matters. And thank you for your work. Very, very proud that the Gaming Commission can be a part of funding this very worthwhile these very worthwhile causes.
Thank you so much, commissioners.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Hello, and nice to see you all again. I, as you know, love entertainment, and I love local entertainment. Can you just kind of elaborate a little bit more for me in regards to any grants or funding that you may be partnering with our local theaters around the casinos and, you know, in my case, North Shore and Metro Boston, in that area?
Yeah, so the way the program works is that any organization in the state that brings in touring artists, they can apply for funding from this program to offset those costs. And the idea was that it would mitigate the competition that the casinos would create with the performing arts centers. It's only for nonprofits. We, as again today, I think the number was 59 on the slide, 59 unique organizations having received 135 grants. So that's the goal. And those grant numbers can go as much up to, I think in the past, it's been as high as $250,000.
So am I correct, and I should know this answer as a former selectman, but I don't. Is a city considered nonprofit or not?
I think the municipalities can apply for this if they have an arts organization that's bringing in touring artists.
Okay.
So
that's very helpful.
Yeah, if you want to introduce us to any organization that's a performing arts org, we do a lot of recruiting. We're reaching out to people, trolling the internet, cross-pollinating from other programs. But if there are other performing arts organizations that you know are bringing in artists from out of state, or that their artists tour around the state, they should be in touch. And then Beth Ann, you want to add?
Thank you, Michael. I just wanted to confirm that the statute says that the eligible organizations are either nonprofit or municipally owned that present those touring acts.
Oh, Commissioner Mader and I sit on our Community Mitigation Fund team, and this is helpful information. If we can't help in one way, maybe you can. So I know Joe's listening in, and team. So when we start discussing the applications that are before us, this information is very helpful. So thank you. And thank you for the great work that you do, by the way.
Thank you so much. That's kind of you.
So, Director Bowden, I would like to follow up with really some thoughts that we had the last time you were here, and actually with your predecessor, because the social prescription program is very exciting. And as you mentioned, it's perhaps an opportunity to help give some of that benefit to those particularly in need if they are gaming patrons who are experiencing some challenges because of their gaming practices. And I think you probably remember that we have at our casino facilities, our licensed casino facilities, game sense advisors. By statute, we have to deploy human resources, individuals, not just pamphlets and documents, on the floor to be able to offer assistance to those who are gambling at the casinos. It's really unique to the nation that we have these game sense advisors, and they're very inspiring. And, you know, I think Commissioner O'Brien, if not the other commissioners, remember, we thought about using the game sense advisors, perhaps ambassadors for this program, that perhaps they might suggest to a patron who's in need of alternative recreational ideas to be able to get one of these benefits of the prescription cards. We do have some research on this as well that supports that, particularly, and I'm sure you know this, Michael, with respect to the Asian community in at least the Boston area. They are so in need of recreational alternatives. So there's some real opportunities for connection and connectivity here that, to the extent, without burdening your resources, that would be ironic. Just the opportunity for partnership.
Yeah, so in the past, I'm excited about this conversation, but in the past, the reimbursements to the art organizations that filled the prescriptions came from us, which limited how many reimbursements we could do. And my dream has been to scale it and to use programs and assets and policies that we already have in place. So the goal at the moment is to have managed care providers and insurers do the reimbursements as part of their benefits packet. You know, many of them are already doing refunding prescriptions for yoga and Reiki and acupuncture. So this could just add to that list. Our other hope is to be able to use Medicare and Medicaid so that our most vulnerable have the opportunity to be prescribed arts and culture activities to help with their mental health issues or their social isolation issues, and in lots of cases, physical health issues. So we see it scaling. When we beta tested this, we use healthcare providers, social workers, and school counselors. The focus at the moment is on healthcare providers, so we can get these managed care providers and insurers on board in major hospital systems. But we've already gotten calls from housing authorities. And in this conversation we're having about how we can leverage this for those struggling with gambling addictions. So I think the potential for this to scale at a zeitgeist level is pretty intense. And so I'm kind of excited about launching this new scaled up version and watching the dominoes fall so that we can get more people enrolled into this.
Good. Well, keep this in mind, and Beth Ann, we appreciate all the work that you're doing. It's just it's an excellent program, and you know we are, I assume, I think all five of us are quite informed about the mental health benefits are in entertainment, and I suspect that it just is a real avenue for those who are struggling in the gaming world. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having us.
Any other questions before we lose Director Bada and Beth Ann?
Just to say, Madam Chair, I saw Mark Vanderlinden come on and come off. He is the perfect person, Beth Ann and Michael, to help bridge that gap on your last request. So
we can make that happen.
Yeah, and Michael and Beth Ann, I would love to connect with you and explore what some of the opportunities are, because as Chair Jed Stein said so well, responsible gaming is finding alternative activities, and it's not just helping individuals who have gambling problem. This is prevention of a gambling problem. And I think that what you offer seems like an incredible resource.
With thousands of assets across this great state. And so I'm looking forward to hearing from you and seeing how we can do this.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Well, I'll close with it. It's nice to meet you in person the other day, Michael. We just happened to come across each other, and I think we both realized we had only seen each other virtually. So it's nice to see you in person. Everyone, I think, extend our sincere gratitude for you taking time out of your busy schedule today. And to Commissioner Maynard, thanks for helping to make sure this happened. We appreciate exploiting that old friendship and having Michael and team come back today with this update. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Great to see you as well. Commissioner Maynard, great to see you as well. Take care, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, so that's a special update. And now it's 12:24. I'm going to turn to Director Band isn't in. Crystal may be here. I want to just do a check-in with Director Band is back. Hello.
Yeah. But it is Crystal on this one.
Yeah.
And I am here.
Yeah, and I could tell you were here, Crystal, but I just want to do a check with the commissioners. Should we hear PSI's report now, go back to and have lunch and then go back to finance? I just want to check in to see if PSI is waiting in the wings.
They
are. I know we were going to go right back to our finance group, but I think if we can help guests with their schedule? Does that make sense? Go forward. Derek is giving a thumbs up. And my appreciation to the finance team and their patience. Makes sense, go with PSI and then maybe take our lunch break?
I always feel that we should, if we have guests, we should not make them wait. So,
Okay.
yes.
All right, then there we are, Crystal. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you. I know that Adam and his team very much appreciate that. I'm just gonna sit here and munch, so lunch never really affects me. I got some avocado, so I'm good. But yeah, I think I'll just turn it over. This is, I believe, the final presentation of our quarterly reports from Q4 of 2023. And Adam, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Crystal. And good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I want to start by thanking you for your flexibility today. I know I wasn't able to make the presentations last week, but I'm very grateful to be slotted into a very busy agenda today. So I'm going to do my best to keep my updates brief. By all means, that doesn't mean that I'm not interested in talking into anything about more details, or if there's any questions, please feel free to stop me. But I am aware of the time, and I want to make sure that you have enough time to carry on today. And also, Madam Chair, I haven't had the opportunity to congratulate you yet. This is the first time we've spoken since the news, so I did want to make sure that I send my congratulations to you. And although our interactions have been, I would say, brief or few in the span of your career, it's been an absolute pleasure doing these presentations and having to getting to interact with you on these calls. So I wanted to congratulate you.
Thanks, Adam. I appreciate that. And you know what? You don't have to hurry today. We're just fine. So thank you, and we appreciate your going forward, and I appreciate your thoughtfulness. Thanks.
Great. Okay. Well, I'll share my screen here, and we'll get started. Everybody can see everything. Okay. Perfect. So this is our Q4 2023 update. I did want to highlight, I guess, the highlight of our quarter. This was our ESPN Bet rebrand launch that took place on November 14th, 2023. So it was a very exciting quarter. And although that rebranding initiative project wasn't as complex as our platform migration in the summer of 2023, it was a big project, and it did require a lot of combined efforts, both internally as well as with MGC staff and the commission. So I also wanted to send out a thank you to everybody that helped us check all the boxes and achieve everything that we had to make that rebrand a success. So on November 14th, we did launch ESPN Bet successfully. No longer have any ties to Barstool Sportsbook, and we are continuing forward as the ESPN Bet Sportsbook going forward. And you'll see some of the ESPN effect throughout some of our numbers during this presentation. And we'll start with the revenue. As you can see here, our total revenue and handle significantly increased in the months of November and December. This is obviously pre-ESPN versus post-ESPN. So while we did only have 2 weeks of the ESPN Sportsbook branding in November, we did manage to secure some very strong financial numbers. It was a very exciting launch, very successful. And we carried that over to December as well. As you can see, our handle actually went up as well during that month. So we look forward to continuing to report strong numbers like this. We're very happy with where we're at so far. So this is one of the ESPN Bet impacts that you'll see throughout our presentation. Any questions on revenue before I move forward? Okay. On to workplace diversity. My previous presentations have sort of shown a trend of some moderate increases across the board, and Q4 was no different. We had a 4% increase, in our female employees, our women employee numbers. We also had a 5% increase in our diversity and minority numbers for all employees as well. So while we just continue the trend of hiring good people, making sure that we are equally represented across the board, we are trending in this direction for Q4 and beyond as well. Any questions on the workforce diversity numbers? Nope. Okay. On to our vendor and supplier spend. I think the highlight here is that our quarter over quarter total diversity spend went up 101%. This is directly attributed to a doubling in our spend in our women's business enterprise spend. We went from 325,000 in Q3 to 685,000 in Q4. Again, this was a direct result of a partnership that we had with a specific vendor who helped us with a lot of our promotional items for Q4. So there was VIP promotions, online gifting, apparel, and things of that nature. We were really able to heavily utilize a particular vendor, which increased our spend twofold. Questions on diversity spend?
I'll ask the question. Did you purposely look for diverse vendors for that? Is that like?
I don't want to say yes or no because I'm not the right person to answer that question. I will say that our team does have, they do spend a great deal of time and try to coordinate efforts to locate vendors that can help in this area. So I'm going to tentatively say yes, that we did seek out this vendor for that reason. Like I said, our acquisition team and our finance teams do a great job of trying to identify local vendors as well as vendors that fall into these categories. So I'm going to tentatively say that was intentional and that is who we targeted, yes.
That would be great. And then I think we can all say that we understand that it might have been a one-time, so to set expectations the right way, but at least now you have this vendor who can provide,
That's correct. And based on the nature of the vendor and the nature of the spend, it is something that we will be able to continue to carry forward if that's the direction that we'd like to go. It wasn't tied to a specific event or a one-time instance. So we should be trending positively in this direction going forward as well.
Thanks.
Okay. And moving on to compliance, this is more my world, and there's a couple of things that we can add here. So I did want to highlight the fact that we did have an executive session with yourselves a few weeks ago. I do hope that was beneficial. We pulled a lot of really great takeaways from that conversation. We were very happy to demonstrate how some of our internal processes and our KYC work, which directly tie to things like underage activities. So while we are reporting for the quarter, again, these instances, they were not necessarily reported as confirmed underage access that required confiscation or reporting to the sports wagering team, but there were 2 events that we felt had potential ties to an underage individual who may or may not have been utilizing 2 accounts in the Commonwealth during the quarter. One of the things that we did talk about in our executive session was finding ways to share information that's not on the screen. So giving you more insight into the underage registrations that we stop, giving you insight into the underage activity that we may identify and address before the access actually takes place. So I did want to sort of confirm with this group here that is still very much a takeaway on our part. We are trying to actively find the best way to share that information to you, because I understand that this chart or these 2 charts don't necessarily tell the whole story. So while there were 2 cases that we are reporting, I do know that there is an appetite to share more information on the cases that we do stop at the door from going into from underage individuals getting access. So by this time next quarter, whether it's on a public hearing through these quarterly updates or in another manner, we will get you some more information on what you don't see on this page, which is all of the successful instances that we were able to identify and stop.
Questions for Adam on this? Commissioner Hill, are you leaning in?
I'm just leaning in to ask, so we don't see anything on this page, but can you give us a number? I don't need to see it on a page.
I don't actually have a number for you. Part of us trying to identify these, it takes a little bit of data manipulation on our end to figure out exactly who was rejected and why. So Commissioner Hill, unfortunately, I don't have enough insight for you, but I can assure you that it is greater than 2.
Understood, and thank you.
Okay. We'll continue on the trend of responsible gaming and some more positive charts here. So the number of quarterly self-exclusions it was 85 for the quarter, which is a pretty dramatic increase from 48 on Q3. This is directly tied to just the increase in volume that we're seeing on the platform. As we start to normalize and have more life cycle with ESPN as our branded sportsbook, you should see these numbers start to level off. They will be higher than before, but we shouldn't well, I shouldn't say that. I don't know I don't have a crystal ball. We might see spikes quarter over quarter, but I would say a lot of our transactional activity and a lot of the financials and the patron activities that we are reporting on these quarterly presentations are going to be increased compared to previous quarters. So this is sort of the beginning of us trying to figure out what our new normal is in terms of the volume. I also wanted to highlight some recent conversations that we had with the MGC's RG team. So Mark van der Linden's on the call. We also met with Long as well and our responsible gaming program manager. We've had a number of recent conversations with the GameSense folks as well. And just wanted to highlight that we've been discussing a lot of best practices, a lot of interesting insights that we are pulling from some of our interactions that we have with our patrons. So I did want to give the commissioner some comfort that we are talking to Mark and his team. And it is something that we are actively looking to continue, whether it's a quarterly basis or maybe something a little bit more frequent. The MGC has taken a very strong stance on RG and is very open and willing to talk to operators like us to figure out, what we're doing well, what we're not doing so well, where we can improve, and just sharing best practices. So I did want to send to let the commission know that we have been having those conversations, and I am appreciative of Mark and his team for meeting with us and carrying these conversations forward, because we can only get better the more that we communicate. So I did want to highlight that on the screen. And I think Mark is actually presenting later on in the agenda today. But from our perspective, I know that some of the stats that we typically provide on this slide are related to our cool-offs and our timeout tools. So this is giving you an indication that the vast majority of people in the quarter went on a 6-month or longer cool-off period. These numbers fluctuate over time, and I think Mark will go into more detail about some of the more specific data points that he's seeing. Any questions on these two slides before I move forward? Okay. The lottery, this is a carbon copy of our slide from Q3. That's because we've maintained the same promotion, Q3 into Q4. We've seen a lot of really good success, and our partnership with the lottery continues to expand. But for now, we've had online customers receive an offer to come and redeem a free Massachusetts lottery ticket at the property, and any qualifying guest who signs up for a new online account also receives Massachusetts lottery tickets that they can redeem at our PPC property. So again, we are continuing this trend, and we've maintained the same promotions that we did in Q3 into Q4. And if there are any new updates, I'll be sure to provide them for you here on the lottery section. And then I think the last section is the community outreach and charitable impact section. I think it's always really good to end on this slide, because I do always want to make sure that I emphasize the people internally at Penn Interactive that spend a lot of time, effort, and energy trying to figure out ways where Penn Interactive can give back. And a lot of the times they could be unsung heroes, and I want to make sure that I always give the credit where credit is due, because there's a lot of work that goes into organizing volunteer events and charitable donations that sometimes go overlooked internally. So I just want to let them know that, they do a fantastic job, and I always like to highlight some of the things that we do here at the end of the presentation. So we'll start with Veterans Day. On Veterans Day, we made a donation to the Travis Manion Foundation, which is a nonprofit organization that supports and empowers veteran and military families. It wasn't just Q3. Throughout the year, we do participate in a number of events held by this organization, such as fundraising for the 9/11 Heroes Run. And then lastly, on this slide, Q4 was over the holiday season. So we know that winter are very crucial months for individuals and their families. So we did hold drives across all of our offices across the board. And I'll get into more detail on that list down there in a second. But we did collect an assortment of winter clothing, personal care items, non-perishables that were donated to community food banks and local shelters. Because again, we realized that the holiday season is a little bit more difficult for certain individuals, and we wanted to make sure that we were giving back in those areas. And as you can see here at the bottom, the organizations that we did partner with and did donate and provide support to, they really do touch every jurisdiction where we have an office footprint. So that's Massachusetts, Toronto, Ontario, Canada, where I'm located, Philadelphia, Cherry Hill, and Hoboken, New Jersey, and we went all the way overseas to Europe as well for a Gibraltar initiative where our risk and trading team currently sits. So again, just wanted to highlight the work that this group of individuals do, because it's a lot of work to make sure that we are giving back and we are providing support in all of the communities in which we have offices. So I do always like ending on this note. And I did promise I would be brief. So this does take me to the end of the presentation. More than happy to go back or to talk in more detail about anything that I spoke about today. But if there are no questions, I do appreciate the opportunity to speak today. And again, I thank you for being flexible and allowing me to come in today. I know the schedule is very busy today.
Adam, if you could just take down your slideshow, then we'll be able to confirm no questions or comments, commissioners. Big thank you. Thanks, Adam. Thank you for the thorough report.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. And on the final, you can send along our gratitude for the community engagement. We focused on that, and we'd like to see the good work done. So thank you so much.
Thank you again.
Okay, Crystal, are you all set? I think you're right. This was the last for this quarter.
Yes, that is the end of that. And soon we'll be rolling into the next quarter. But thank you for your flexibility. I know this was a little more scattered than usual.
Well, no problem. And then at the agenda setting, the commissioners can all, confirm with you what your plan is for the next report. So, okay, thanks so much.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. So commissioners, it is now 1:15. Should we do the lunch break and then return to the procurement presentation? Yes.
I am always one for breaking. However, since we are in the middle of that presentation, and I don't think it's going to take much more than 20 minutes, I would like to see it move forward and then do lunch at 1.
I see Mills coming in.
I think some folks planned Commissioner Hill for a lunch break when the chair mentioned it. So
okay,
just want to.
Sorry, Commissioner Hill.
No, don't be sorry. It just didn't want them to have to wait.
Yeah. Okay. So everybody's taking their lunch. Commissioners, what time do you want to reconvene? 1:15? 1:15? Okay. Thanks. All right. So we'll see everyone at 1:15. Thanks so much.
Derek, I love the new picture behind you. I think it's a new one of what looks next to the leprechaun. Yes.
One's been there for a little while. I love that one too. And the one right behind me, let me move so you can see it. This one right here is similar to that. I love
Gotcha.
these ones. They've been through the ringer though. This one lost an arm.
No,
Because when
no.
my fan starts blowing, the arm falls off.
Gotcha. No,
Gotta keep it cool down here in the basement, you know?
those are great.
Yeah,
Brings back memories of my kids.
she's made
know.
so many new ones too. It's amazing. Just the creative side to her. I don't have that side to me, so I'm always amazed by how good she is at it. Must
It is
come from her
it is
mom.
amazing the artwork that these kids can do.
Yeah.
Okay, we're just a couple of minutes late. Well, needed break. Thank you. So, Dave, Susan, are we live now, or do I need to wait?
We're all good now.
Okay, excellent. Good afternoon. This is a reconvening of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. We had a really productive morning. Just had our lunch break, doing this meeting virtually, so I'll take care of our roll call. Good afternoon again, Commissioner O'Brien.
Good afternoon. I am here.
Good afternoon again, Commissioner Hill.
Good afternoon. I'm here.
Good afternoon again, Commissioner Skip.
Good afternoon.
And good afternoon again, Commissioner Maynard.
Good afternoon.
Okay, we'll get started now. We're going to, flipping around a little bit today. And we started a nice presentation on our procurement policies, and they were disrupted briefly in order to take care of a couple of guests. I see John is not quite back yet, Derek. Oh, there he is, almost done. But we are turning to item 10B on our agenda, and we're returning to meeting, oh goodness, 501, 506. And there we have our slideshow. And Derek, do you want to introduce John, or are we all set?
I think we're all set, and we are on page 594 of your packet. The slideshow will be up. But we had kicked off, I think it's about slide 10. So John is going to walk you through what system we use and a few technical slides on procurements.
Sure. And I guess I'll take it from there. Thank you, Derek. So this slide is just kind of a segue into our other slides, but what system is MGC required to use for its procurements? Combis is the platform that the Commonwealth uses for all its procurements. It is publicly available, and it keeps an electronic record of each procurement and helps to ensure that bids are received fairly and transparent. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay. So this slide is basically just an overview of the required use of Combis. And so Combis is used to create all requisitions in particular to initiate purchases off of the statewide contracts. It's also used for posting all solicitations, such as requests for responses, RFPs, in other words, requests for quotes, RFIs. It's also used, for recording any procurement exceptions. It's used also for any notifications, such as due diligence postings, World Trade Organization notices, requests for information, and then all, as noted before, all responses to these solicitations and bids, they're all going to be coming in through Combis. And then Combis itself is used to award contracts, and in certain cases for master agreements, it's also used for creating electronic catalogs and placing orders. And then finally, announcements of grant funding availability and grantee selection for state discretionary grants is another use for Combis. Okay, next slide, please. Perfect. All right, so what are the three different size procurements and the requirements? Before we get into that, when writing an RFR, it is important to determine the type of procurement. The size of a procurement is determined by the dollar threshold. After performing market research, estimates of potential contract value will then be available to make that determination. All right, and then Derek has brought us to the first of the three different sizes. First one is the incidental purchase. The threshold for an incidental purchase, as mentioned before, are values of less than 10,000. For procurement process and for purposes, it is advised to get 3 quotes if applicable for best practices. As far as the responsibility goes, since it's not on statewide contract, the procurement, it falls on the department, in our case, MGC. The requisite contract forms that may be needed with an incidental purchase, excuse me as I stumble over my words. So anything less than $5,000, an invoice is adequate, unless otherwise noted in the expenditure classification handbook. Other than that, services over 5,000 and up to 10,000, a standard contract form and associated terms and conditions may be applicable depending on what's noted in the expenditure classification handbook. And then as far as whether a secondary review is needed, because this is an incidental purchase and the threshold is so small, there's no need for secondary review from CTR or OSD or other departments. All right, so getting into the next size procurement is the small procurement. The threshold for small procurements is annual spend of less than 250,000 for goods and services. The process for small procurements is we'll post the bids on Combis and likewise accept them through Combis. Small business purchasing program language is required. We also add preferences for SDO certifications for benchmarks that we have to hit as determined by the Supplier Diversity Office. Supplier diversity program plan forms are encouraged, but they're not required for smaller procurement. That being said, MGC does require them for our procurements because we take the diversity piece very seriously. All right, so procurement responsibility. These procurements, since they're not on statewide contract, they're the responsibility of MGC and the commission. Documents like forms that are required for these types of procurements are RFRs. The RFR itself, the request for response, is the document that actually has the scope of services that we're looking for and the information for bidders on what we're looking for in a response. Along with that, terms and conditions, which are non-negotiable, those are required. The standard contract form is required, just like it is for all the other departments. Prompt payment discount form is required. A W-9 form is required. A contractor authorized signatory listing form, which basically says who can sign on behalf of the vendor with the Commonwealth, is required. And references to electronic funds transfer for ACH payments is required. Also optional forms, but forms that we require, are any additional RFR attachments, the environmentally preferable practices form, the business references form, and again, the supplier diversity plan form is required. And things to take note, if this is a multi-year contract and the total value of the contract or expected services exceeds $498,000, a WTO notice would be needed. And if this is a multi-year contract and the total value of services exceed $500,000, the contract will automatically get routed to the Office of the Comptroller for secondary review. All right, and on to the large procurements. So the large procurements are done very similarly to the small procurements, except there's a different threshold and there's a few tweaks to the RFR itself. So for large procurements, these are for services that are 250,000 and over annually. The process again is almost exactly the same, except now the supplier diversity program plan that is required. All the contract forms that we referenced for the small procurement, those are also required for the large procurement. And unless this is a one-year procurement, then WTO notice is likely going to be required. And unless this again is going to be a one-year contract, then this will also get routed to the comptroller's office. All right, just taking a breath for a second. And
now that John, yeah, absolutely. So now that John's walked you through some of the technical points of procurement, we come to an area where the commission holds both our licensees as well as us to a high standard of fostering growth in and working with diverse businesses. So what are the requirements for procurements? As John indicated earlier, OSD's threshold for large and small procurements use both an SBP as well as an SDP priority for opening bids. We'll review OSD's guidance, but then we'll let you know where we've adjusted those based on where we are with our benchmarks. So for the supplier diversity program, the supplier diversity program plan, which is why it's called the SDP plan versus SDPP, because you have to throw the program in there, is mandatory for large procurements with annual values of more than 250,000. And this actually began in FY22 that the SDP plan submitted by a bidder must be evaluated at 25% or more of the total evaluation points. That used to be optional, and it was recommended that you do 10%. Starting in FY22, that changed, and it has actually been very helpful. It's been very good to grow business as well as provide more opportunities. So as part of MGC's own diversity initiatives, MGC's RFRs will note that businesses that are women-owned, minority-owned, and veteran-owned will receive the full 25 points of diversity scoring in the evaluation as long as they complete an SDP plan form as well. This is a requirement. If you do not submit a plan form, we cannot evaluate your bid. All bidders, regardless of their independent certification status, must complete this form. And this is something that we had to give a little bit of leeway with at the beginning, but most bidders are aware of this at this point if they're responding to RFRs. Bidders offering more value in their SDP plan submissions must receive higher scores. That's another requirement from OSD at this point. And a nice thing is ancillary products, subcontracting, paper, supplies, printing, that can actually count as part of your SDP plan. So it's trying to spread as much of this around, and there's really no excuse for a vendor to come forward and say they can't make a commitment. Everyone uses printing. Everyone uses office supplies. Everyone buys some food. There are plenty of vendors out there that you can do this with, no matter how specialized your services are. So now going on to the small business purchasing program, OSD's guidance for executive branch agencies is that any small procurement, so once again, anything with the spend under 250,000 must be given preference to a registered small business if available. This means that an agency cannot even open up a bid from any type of vendor other than a registered Massachusetts small business unless there's not a valid or complete response from a SBPP partner. We at MGC crush this threshold. We hit close to 700 or 800% of what our benchmark is. So once we hit the 100%, we actually turn this into an SDP requirement, and we don't open up anything unless it's a supplier diversity certified vendor that is at least a prime vendor that is a minority, women, or veteran-owned business. That's our first level of opening. If those people aren't available, a vendor of that certification, then we move to SBPP. If there's no diverse or SBPP program, then we move on to everyone else. So we have gotten some good feedback from the Supply Diversity Office on this. They said, this is a great way of looking at the intended issues with and the intended policies of the Commonwealth, and making sure that we're not losing sight of how we're trying to grow in two areas, not just one area. They did notify us, so if you ever fall behind that 100%, we're not going to work with you on of the SBPP program, that they're not going to work with us on allowing us this variance. So, you know, that is an area that we have adjusted a little bit as a commission, and that helped us to meet our benchmarks last year. So I'll move on to John now.
All right. So how does MGC conduct strategic sourcing? And I guess go into the next slide, Derek, please. So this slide basically illustrates from soup to nuts OSD's prescribed guidance on the procurement process, right? It's got 7 steps that starts with the assessing sourcing opportunity, going into developing sourcing strategy, profile sourcing opportunity, then getting into the nitty gritty of creating the RFR, going through the whole procurement process, and then finally managing the contract, right? So, I guess some thoughts on that. Before we really start this process, again, we're going to go back to the same questions. Are these goods and services, are they available on a statewide contract? Can we do this through an incidental? Is there a grant, or is there other cooperative procurement that is out there? If not, then we need to go through these 7 steps of strategic sourcing. And this, OSD's thought process on making these the primary objectives are as follows. So it's one, to reduce the cost of goods and services. It's also to capture resulting savings. It is to determine areas of risk, to assess the level of acceptable risk MGC is willing to accept. Create contractual alliances with suppliers to support long-term goals, maintain and improve product quality, and improve business functions. All right, so if we can go, and Derek's already there. So for the market research and forming a procurement team, these are the early steps in that procurement process where we're actually doing the research and background. So when forming the team, you're going to want to designate a team lead. They'll lead on all aspects of the purchase. You're going to want to create a procurement file. The official posting will be up on Combis. But, there will also be a file in our SharePoint with the process and the documents as it's ongoing. The procurement team, when you create it, you're going to also want to determine who's a voting member, who's a non-voting member. For example, who's actually going to weigh in on the score sheet, or who might just be sitting in as advisory. You might want to establish a charter, like a mission statement for the reason as to why you're doing this procurement. And then you're going to also want to do membership terms, which are basically non-disclosure agreements for staff, so that they're not spilling the beans as the procurement's ongoing, right? So you're going to want to consider the value of the procurement itself. Again, things to note. If it's over $498,000, that's going to dictate the amount of days this procurement has to be up. So it'd have to be over 40 days. If it's over $250,000 annually, then it's going to be a large procurement, and there's going to be some tweaks to the RFR to include the large procurement language. Next, you're also going to want to do research industry trends for the broader market. Assess your own buyer needs and just see what the vendor landscape is out there. And then also, when you're doing these early stages, you're going to want to determine if there are any conflicts of interest for any of your team members, because this procurement must be fair for all bidders. All right, so the next slide. So this is the essential elements of conducting a procurement, and when you're going to be managing this procurement and creating a timeline, these are the things that you're going to want to think about. So you're going to want to keep in mind the actual evaluation criteria that gets worked into the RFR. You're going to want to determine the procurement calendar, things like again, the value of the procurement, if it's over a certain threshold, may require a WTO notice. So again, 40 days or more. Are you going to be doing any types of like bidder conferences, any other things that may affect the calendar? And then the next step, like, which is probably one of the most important steps, is really creating that RFR, which is going to dictate the responses you get in this procurement and really lead into the negotiations later on. The issuing bids and combis, you're going to want to account for question and answer periods, again, bidders conferences, and then, you know, if there's good points brought up, like through any of the questions by bidders, or if there's anything that like the team has identified, you know, maybe the RFR may need to be amended. So you want to build in a little bit of time for an amendment date. And then, of course, you're going to want to build in appropriate time, like to evaluate the actual responses you get, right, into that calendar. So you're going to want, you know, if the team wants to do interviews and presentations, you're going to have to build in time for that, and build in time to, you know, to reach out and do a best and final offer, and then come up with the final scoring, of course. And then after that, like, you know, figuring out some time for how long you want to allow for contract negotiations. And then at the end of that process, you know, you'll be reaching out to, to award a bidder and to notify other bidders of their unsuccessful bids. All right, so the next slide is the importance of creating the RFR. Again, the RFR is very important. It outlines the scope of the procurement, why you're doing it. It gives the bidders themselves guidance on what documents are needed. And I'll just kind of go through the step right here. So again, as noted, the RFI is going to note like what kind of valuation for scoring criteria is going to be there. And our RFRs in particular, we try to eliminate barriers for diverse vendors and level like that playing field. The RFR will determine the actual contract duration. So like any resulting contract from this procurement, the RFR will lay that out, you know, 3 years, like, you know, with two options to renew for a year each, right? So that would be written into the RFR. And then the RFR will also determine how many bidders we're going to award for this procurement. So whether you're going to just have one bidder or you're going to have multiple bidders that actually result in a contract. The RFR will also determine the compensation structure for bidders, whether it's a fee for service, an outright purchase, or we have like a maximum obligation for a budget where we absolutely just can't go past that number. That'll be outlined in the RFR. And the RFR should have clear instructions for submission and format of responses. And then all included forms or required forms will be put up with the posting as well. And then also for consideration is for IT RFRs, there's going to be a separate terms and conditions that will be associated with that. So that you know, if you're putting out an RFR for IT services, you're going to want to look and see if those terms and conditions are applicable. All right, and then, all right, so taking a breath, coming on to the last slide, and hopefully, bringing us home. Just some notes for negotiation. As noted before, with the RFR, you're really going to set expectations for both departments and bidders. Right, and that's like those expectations are going to be set in a well-written RFR, and other parts of negotiations that you're going to see, in particular, you're going to want to consider how, like, whether this is going to be a single vendor negotiation, or if it's going to be multiple bidders, and you're going to be offering a best and final value option. So that's one thing to keep in mind. And then also, like, while you're doing these negotiations, all responses to their RFRs, those remain in effect for 90 days, right? So while you're negotiating, like the bids that they submitted, they're good for 90 days. And we can get extensions on those if needed, if negotiations take longer. So bidders may negotiate costs down for a better value for the Commonwealth. They can't negotiate costs up. they can negotiate STP plan commitments up, meaning the amount they plan to commit for business or services to a diverse vendor that they'll be partnering with. They can always negotiate those up, and that they can also negotiate any clarifications to the RFR. And one last thing that comes up a lot, unfortunately, the Commonwealth terms and conditions and the standard contract form, those are take it or leave it. Bidders may not negotiate changes to that. And with that, I think we're going on to the last slide, and I'll toss it back to you, to the commission for any questions.
Thank you, and great job, John. I know you get nervous about these, but great job.
Thanks, Derek.
John, you shouldn't get nervous at all. This is, you did an excellent job, and Derek, you as well. I think commissioners, we sometimes forget that we get kind of conditioned to the public forum, and our team does so well because it's a different forum. But John, you were a pro, so
thank you.
But it's really important stuff, and what I love about this presentation and this training for us commissioners was that it was already in place. John and Derek and team have this all down, and they practice it and they employ it and deploy it with our team members so that we are in compliance with all these rules. What really triggered this for me was Derek and I talked about it because just been busy schedules, right, Derek? That probably would be a helpful presentation, and also the idea of thresholds. I've sat with different treasurers who have been appointed by us, and each time it's always been like, oh, we should do this. So here we are. So I appreciate it. Commissioner O'Brien, do you have any thoughts? I know that we've got some work maybe going forward.
No, I joke with them that it was bringing me back 6 years to my time in the AG's office.
Yeah.
Getting all the certifications. I think it's a great presentation. I think they've been doing a fabulous job. But I also agree that it's probably something we should talk about as a body of five in terms of thresholds where we want to be alerted and or sign off on it. And participate sometimes in the procurement team. I do think it's very eye-opening to actually participate as one of the members that vets these.
Yeah, I agree with that. Commissioner Maynard.
Just to say, I agree with Commissioner O'Brien, and Commissioner Skinner and I have had an opportunity, her more so because she understands the licensing world a lot better than me, but to work on a procurement recently, and it's been very helpful.
And I also really appreciate the work being done on the diversity side. We have a commitment to that and through procurement. And when that was decided, and I think it was adopted by the commission, that statement of purpose in September of 2020, you guys just launched. It was already in place, but then it just was intensified, and the results have been super impactful. And I'm personally so proud of the team for that. It's been really good work. So great. And we're also really lucky to have John, because he did come over to the comptroller's office. And one of the things I learned this year in this presentation was I didn't realize the comptroller reviewed everything over 500,000. So that's a great control. And it just makes me feel even more comfortable for us to just be better informed as well. So great. Anything for John? Commissioner Skinner, all set?
Just a big thank you. We're very lucky to have these experts on our team, John, Noel, and Agnes, and Derek. Thank you, because you're always so humble when you're referring to your team. And I just think it's great to see. It's good information. I too would like to just be informed as when we're bringing this forward for commission discussion. Not interested in getting in the way of the experts, but it would be good, just to be kept abreast of what's happening in the way of procurements. I do enjoy participating in some small way in these, as Commissioner Maynard indicated.
Commissioner Hill, you all set?
All set, nothing to add except great job, as always.
Yeah, and as treasurer, you have regular meetings with these guys and know exactly what they're up to, so thank you. And we know that Commissioner Hill keeps you guys on a good short lease.
So we've been very lucky with each treasurer to add to us versus, I mean, no one has been in the way, right? All questions are appropriate. Everything has been very helpful. So we do appreciate all of the different points of view as well as assistance.
Commissioner Hill, I didn't misspeak, right? We like that, so thank you. Okay, so great. So with that, we appreciate it. We have that slideshow. Everybody can still be kept for reference, and then we'll figure out the next agenda setting meeting where you want to go on that topic next. Okay. So now we're turning to Chief Delaney, and I'm assuming our MGM Springfield friends are there.
There they are popping up.
There we are. Thank you. We'll turn right to you. This is item number 11 on our agenda. Good afternoon.
So thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. So today we have MGM Springfield here to do their quarterly report with also an update on their impacted live entertainment venue agreement. We will also be talking about their capital expenditure plan, which we will do in an executive session once the quarterly report is completed. And we have with us our usual list of suspects with MGM. We have Gus Kim, Vice President, Legal Counsel. We got Dan Miller, Director of Compliance, Arlen Carvalho, Vice President of Finance, and Beth Ward, Director of Public Relations. And I think, Gus and Dan, you've got a special guest that you'd like to introduce to us. And I guess I'll leave it to you to do so.
Hey, Joe, thanks so much. Yes, we do have a very special guest to introduce. As the commissioners, first of all, thank you, Joe, and Chair Judge Stein and the commissioners. As always, we appreciate the opportunity to appear before you to discuss our performance. We are exceedingly proud of our property, and we do appreciate the fact that we have this public forum to discuss our performance. As you are all aware, we had Chris Kelly leave us back in December. He went back to California to be with his family, and who can fault him for that? But of course, we miss him dearly here at the property. But we were blessed and fortunate to find Louis Theros to step in and take over. And he has been sensational. It has been a seamless transition. Louis has done a great job, not only with our team members here on property, but also with our external stakeholders. And I believe, including, meeting with you, Chair, a few weeks ago. So without further ado, I turn this over to Louis to introduce himself. Louis?
Well, thanks, Gus. After that introduction, I think I should just drop the mic and go. I mean, it was, my goodness, it's the lawyer's thing. So good afternoon, Chair Judge Stein and members of the commission. Wonderful to see everybody. It's a pleasure to meet you all over, I guess, Zoom here, or the version of it. As you know, my name is Louis Theros. I'm the new president and COO of MGM Springfield. Let me just tell you a quick little about myself. I've been with MGM Resorts since 2015, most recently as Vice President Legal Counsel for MGM's Midwest Group, which is for our Detroit and our Ohio properties. Prior to joining MGM, I spent 26 years as an employment law litigator for two large law firms in Detroit, and recently was given the privilege to come and lead MGM Springfield. This is not my first foray into Western Mass. I was here for the opening of the property for several weeks, and also a little bit after COVID to help out on its reopening with some contracts. So I'm really proud to be able to now lead what I think is one of the most tremendous and beautiful properties in our regional portfolio. In my whopping 7 weeks here, I've been digging in and learning all things Western Mass and meeting lots of the leadership of Springfield and many of the organizations with which we partner. And obviously spent a tremendous amount of time meeting our employees to the best I can, as I am still living in the hotel, as I, finding a place to live. But that's given me, frankly, an opportunity to meet employees over all three shifts. So I just want to thank you again for welcoming me and for our team to present today. I look forward to continuing our work with the commission and building upon our partnership. So unless there's any other questions, I'll turn it over to the team and let them give our presentation.
Well, welcome again, Louis. And no, you can't get away without hearing from all of us. I'm sure everybody wants to give at least a virtual welcome. So
Sure.
Congratulations first and foremost on
Thank
this
you.
position. You've got a great team and you're going to see them in action right now. But we just welcome you, and I think all of us join in your sentiment that it's a special property, and this commission is invested in however we as a rigorous regulator can also be a partner in its success. So thank you.
Thank you.
So, Commissioner O'Brien.
I won't draw out the day any more than we need to, but welcome.
Thank you.
You're coming at a great time of year to go into probably what the best of Western Mass has to offer too. So well done on timing. I look forward to meeting you around there next.
Same. Thank you. Same.
Commissioner Hill.
Welcome aboard. We look
Thank you.
forward to meeting you in person.
Same here. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Skinner.
Yeah, Louis, I love how you kind of pulled back the curtain right on cue. Your screen was black, and then as Gus gave that glowing introduction, there you are. So I'll add to the theme, just congratulations and welcome back to Massachusetts. Look forward to working with you and just meeting you in person to start.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Commissioner Maynard.
Welcome, and I have to say, if you're staying somewhere, that particular hotel has to be one of the best places to stay in the Commonwealth. So
I have to say, it's hard to let go. I kind of like it. The rooms are fantastic.
it's unique, and everybody in the Commonwealth should go check it out.
I agree. Well, thank you. Look forward to meeting everybody. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So with that, Lily, we're going to turn over to your team, and I'll turn it back to Chief Delaney. Or I guess we'll go right to Gus again.
Chair, yes, thank you.
Yep,
I'll take
that's
over.
right, yep.
Thank you thank you very much, Chair. Anyway, really appreciate Chair and the commissioners and the warm welcome to Louis. As Louis mentioned, he was before coming here was vice president and legal counsel for our Midwest group. So Louis and I have known each other for years. We work great together. He's a terrific guy, a friend, as well as an outstanding leader. So we're really fortunate to have him here. Having said that, now I will go to the formal presentation. So Dan, I will turn it over to you to start the deck presentation.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Lady Chair, Commissioners. Are you seeing that okay?
We can.
All right. Okay. And as normal, let me just do a full screen here for you. And then we'll start off with the wonderful Arlen Carballo, our VP of Finance.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I'm hoping everyone can hear me okay. And we'll go ahead and get started. So our total gaming revenues for the fourth quarter were $66.6 million, generating $16.7 million in taxes. The breakdown was October generated $21.5 million in gross game. You can go back one slide. October generated $21.5 million gross gaming revenue and $5.4 million in taxes. November was again $21.5 million in gaming revenue and $5.4 in taxes. And then December closed with $23.6 million in gross gaming revenues and $5.9 million in taxes. And in the next slide, we can see that the total gross gaming revenues for the year ended at $271 million, which was an increase of 4% year over year. And the total taxes generated for the year were $68.5 million. In the next slide, we can see that the sportsbook generated $491,000 in taxable revenue, and the total taxes were $74,000. BetMGM generated $10.3 million in total taxable revenue, and the total taxes were $2.1 million. in the next slide, so our total lottery sales for the fourth quarter were 357, an 8% decrease year over year. And the decreases that you're seeing are patterns that match our GGR on a year over year comparison. However, in the next slide, you can see the total lottery sales for the year were up 7%, closing at 1.5 million for the year. Our total diversity spend was 1.4 million, or 21%. Our MBE spend was 448,000. Our veteran spend was 169,000. And our women's spend was 733,000 for the quarter. And then in the, sorry, and I did want to highlight on the previous slide that the prior year we were at 12% of total biddable. So the property has come a long way in reaching our goals. Our total local spend was 3.3 million, or 50%, and our total spend within the state was 3.4 million, or 60%. And then in the next slide, I just want to highlight some of the procurement efforts. Our team participated in the GNEMSDC Annual Business Opportunity Conference in October, as well as the property hosted the Western Mass Developers Council Conference in October. The team attended the NMSDC Conference and Exchange as well. And then we also hosted the CWE Annual Supplier Diversity Awards and Matchmaking event. So the team continues to participate in as many events as possible to ensure our diversity procurement efforts. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Hill.
do you want us to hold our questions or as we do each subject?
But when we have Arlen, and she's thinking about this, why not ask her your questions?
So I'm curious, because I've seen this, I think industry-wide, that December seems to be a month where all revenues seem to go up. And I'm curious about that because I would think with holiday spending and things of that sort, that those would be the lower numbers. And yet everywhere I've looked, whether it's, well, we know because of NFL, obviously, with the sports wagering, but in regards to gaming revenue on the floor, December seems to be a good month for everyone. Is there an explanation for that I don't understand or haven't heard before?
I like to think of it as everyone's got money in their stockings. So a lot of it has to do with that holiday week between December and New Year's. And then depending on your location, New Year's Eve is a really great night in the industry. Everyone's coming out, everybody wants to be out and about. So although you're right, there is a lot of spend in general because it is the holiday season, but this is also entertainment. And so you kind of just see the whole lift and that time between, I would say, Christmas and New Year's Eve, it's really good for all of the properties.
So to reiterate what you just said about entertainment, do you tend to do more entertainment?
Not necessarily. I just considered gaming is a form of entertainment. So it's just people are out and about doing things.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just curious.
It's a good observation, Commissioner Hill. Thanks, Arlen.
Anytime.
Okay, so Daniel?
Yep, I'll take it back and carry on with our compliance numbers. As usual, I'm happy to see a lot of the green reductions in numbers. And I know that, whenever I present these to you on the quarterly basis, we're aiming for that zero. We're trying to get there. Now, as much as we've also agreed that, zero may be one of the hardest things to get to, it doesn't mean that we stop trying. And so you can see here with numbers in sort of the low teens for access, low single digit numbers for either gaming or alcohol. We do continue to try and head toward that goal. Now, I know usually Commissioner O'Brien has a couple of questions here about, so longest time period, the 3 hours and 45 minutes, that happened to be someone who didn't game. She was actually a 19-year-old daughter of one of our DJs inside our Commonwealth lounge. And she entered with him through an unmanned area. It was through one of the gaps in the handrail, and just stood behind him his entire DJ set in the Commonwealth and just drank water. And it happened to be that she then stepped foot out onto the gaming floor to go get a soda. at which point our security saw her, asked her for ID, and then we come to find out who she was. But like I say, she never gained at that time. And then just to sort of draw a note to the two instances of consumption of alcohol, neither of those were served directly from our employees MGM to those parties. It was to a person of age, whether it be a mother, father, or a family member, and they allowed the underage to have a sip from their cup. So, but our team, you know, whether we serve it or not, we still report it clearly, and we want to make sure that you know that we're looking for these things and finding them as well. So, something I wanted to draw attention to, I know that past I've mentioned that marketing here went out on their own and created these great GoBo projectors. I always have to make sure I say that right, because I want to say BOGO, the buy one get one, and get it incorrect. They did it again where we had these black decals that were on the floor signifying the quote unquote under 21 expressway, and they thought, well, the black ones, one, were getting a little bit beat up, and two, possibly weren't as visible as they could be. So they've now introduced some brightly colored ones to really kind of, you know, put that to bed and let people know where they can be when they're within MGM Springfield. Following that theme on, you know, obviously we worked with the commission to create another gap in the rail close to Game Sense so that people weren't being deprived of that access. And you were all aware that there were 4 TRUs, ticket redemption machines, that were in that area, and feared there might be a little bit of an obscurity to the view. Well, 2 were removed, placed at a different area within the gaming floor, and so now you can see in the 2 center photographs, that would be, you know, at the center looking out to the floor. There's, you know, nice big area of open space there, and then from within the floor, a good 30-40 feet, you can clearly see the Game Sense center. So it's not out of view, out of mind. It's now quite sort of visibly there. So, and then just a sort of a final shout out. I know I did this halfway through the year, and now I'm making this sort of a semi-annual celebration that any of our security that can go out on that floor and really, really look to detect and get underage off the floor that are there. This young man, Tanner McTaggart, he managed to take 24 persons off the floor between June and December of 2023. And in all cases, that was less than 5 minutes that he found them and got them off the floor. So, you know, he was to be celebrated. And so we gave him what we call a star of the show as a recognition in January. So, and that's my piece on compliance. I will hand it back to Arlen for workforce, unless there are any questions, of course.
Yeah, Commissioners, any questions for Daniel on compliance? Okay. Commissioner O'Brien, you all set with that?
I am. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you.
Okay. Excellent. All right.
Thank you. So our total employees for the fourth quarter was 1,495. It is an 8% increase year over year, same quarter. We ended with 50% minority, 4% veteran, and 41% women. And in the next slide, we can highlight some of the workforce hiring efforts we have. So we continue to do our property tours and career presentations. In the fourth quarter, we had Holyoke Community College, Manchester Community College, UMass, the Veterans Administration, Parent Villages, and Westover Job Corps. We also participated in a handful of job fairs, including Johnson & Wales, Springfield Technical Community College, Western New England, and Mass Hire. And we also have efforts on developing our workforce, including partnership with Dress for Success. We had a career conversation in early December. We participated in the Corey Expungent event, and I actually believe it was hosted here, and Beth may have to correct me on that if I'm wrong. And then we also participated in the disability inclusion panel as well. So we're continuing to work with all of our partners, all the colleagues around us to improve our KPIs. Any questions? Thank you.
Take it away, Beth.
Hello, everybody. Very nice to be with you all once again. I always say I get the really fun part, the part that I get jazzed about, and that is community outreach and special events. 2023 was a busy quarter for our team when it comes to community engagement. This is just a snapshot of what we've been up to, including the Rays of Hope Walk Toward the Cure of Breast Cancer. MGM Springfield volunteered for the event, walked in the event, and we also sponsored the event, which is an iconic one here in Western Mass. We continue to support our veterans ahead of Veterans Day, as we do each year. A large number of us took the entire day and made sure that a local cemetery, that veterans were honored and their graves were decorated by American flags. Dress for Success, you heard Arlen talk about that a moment ago. We continue our partnership with them and another entity called Suit Up Springfield, partnerships that we really value and continue this year in many ways, including an internal clothing drive that was just a huge success for us, something that we did for the first time this year. We continue our partnership with Springfield Public Schools by supporting our adopted school this year. You've heard me talk about it before. This year, it's the Kylie Academy, right down the road in Springfield, with teacher appreciation events and donations, supporting student needs as well. And rounding out the quarter with what has become several signature events for us here at MGM Springfield is the Mayflower Marathon. Again, you've heard me talk about this. It's a 24/7, 3-day event in conjunction with a local radio station, all leading up to Thanksgiving. This is the largest fundraiser of the year in Western Mass to support food insecurity in the Springfield area. And I'm happy to report that our partnership, we secured a record number of donations. So we're just super proud of that as well. Toys for Tots, also record amounts of donations this year to support the Marines and local families in need. And what has become a tradition right before the holidays, we like to call it Surprise Squad kind of thing, Publishers Clearinghouse giveaway. We surprise several of our community partners with checks. These are community partners that we also volunteer. So it's a great way to end the quarter and the year by playing Santa Claus. If we could go to the next slide, please, Dan.
Just before we do, Beth, I'll point out that I'm the little elf with the green hat on in those pictures, just in case.
Can I point something else out too? Gus isn't doing too much weight bearing in that picture there with the box.
Oh, call out. Ooh.
I was hoping you were not going to notice that, Commissioner. Yes, that's true.
I believe he was guiding and supervising, I believe is what he was doing there.
Yes.
Yes. It's sort of like the fake Starbucks in movies where they work around the empty cups. That's Gus. He just carries the empty cup and box everywhere.
As someone that also guides and supervises, I support it, Gus.
I think he knew
I
his
put
student had it.
that picture in there for a reason.
It was very good.
Carry on,
let's take a look at community outreach and special events. Again, just a snapshot of Q4. For the first time, Arlen mentioned this, but we partnered with a local law school to host a criminal record and expungement and sealing event. We had attorneys on hand for members of the public who may have had marks on their records in the past to come in and for free talk to an attorney to determine whether they're eligible to have their records sealed or expunged. I have to tell you that this event that we held on property was just an overwhelming success to be able to see so many people who came out to take advantage of this free opportunity. And as you know, I mean, having that service and to have that go through unlocks so much for someone's future, including housing and jobs. We continue to take our job fair on the road, our show on the road, so to speak. And Arlen mentioned this briefly a little bit ago. We are partnering with the Dress for Success of Western Mass on a number of things, but we did our first job fair at their brand new facility that is literally just down Main Street from us, which was a great success, and we will continue that as well. We also continue to take our, we ended the quarter, I'm going to point your direction to the tree lighting and skating rink opening. This is my favorite event of the season. It's a hallmarky moment, but we had so many families who came down to participate in this big event, which has become such an annual tradition. In the bottom middle, you'll see we're supporting our local Boys and Girls Club. This is their biggest fundraiser of the year. This is held at the Mass Mutual Center across the street. We participate and support this event, the Festival of Trees, and then rounding out the year, the Bright Nights Ball. This is to support the nonprofit Spirit of Springfield. This is the largest event of the season, and so many people come out. We had over 500 people come to that event, which we sponsored and hosted as well. We want to go to the next slide. This is just a snapshot. I won't read everything here, but a couple of things that I really wanted to point, and I ask for your forgiveness in advance to just take a whole look at the year. Total volunteer hours. This just warms my heart. Over 3,000 hours of volunteering that our team has put in. That's over 125 full days. Giving update, more than 1 million of direct and in-kind nonprofit support since we opened back in August of 2018. So just some numbers to round out the year, which we're just so proud of. Total foundation support from MGM Springfield team, what they have given to the foundation. This is something that they do voluntarily, that they want to do. That is at 9.1%. That is more than double the year before. So community impact, you can see some of those numbers there that have, we set some records over the past year, particularly in the fourth quarter, and we have a lot of upcoming opportunities down the road. If we could go to the next slide, please. So I also get to talk about entertainment at the Mass Mutual Center. I seem to say record a lot in this quarter, but we set a lot of records and we're very proud of that. Bill Burr sold out in August with his first show. So immediately our team got together with his people. We created a second event in October, which also sold out. So we're very proud of that. And it's just a testament to how entertainment is doing here in the city and just driving all that foot traffic to downtown Springfield. I would be remiss if I didn't also bring up our fabulous Thunderbirds and AIC hockey. They are selling out the arena, which continues to happen. And we're very proud to be a partner with them as well. If we could go to the next slide, please. Talking about Aria Ballroom on property specifically. So a lot of shows there that are recurring, some that are new in the lineup. Thunder Down Under and Bronx Tale, both returning shows that did very well in 2022, also did well in 2023. Tusk was our sold out show for New Year's Eve. You heard Arlen talk about how critical that week is between Christmas and New Year's, and that's a testament to just how well we did. We were rocking that night, and so that was a great show that we had in Aria. If we want to move on to Symphony Hall, we had some fabulous shows there in Q4 as well, including sellout shows and notable names. You see them there like Bob Dylan, Chelsea Handler, Jerry Seinfeld. I went to that one. He was fabulous. So it was great to see so much activity at Symphony Hall, and we're excited about what's to come as well. And if we want to move on to the next one, talking about Roar Comedy Club, I think I really want to shine a light on Roar and how our team continues to just pack them in weekend after weekend. We have such a diverse group of comedians who are coming, local favorites and some national names as well. So we continue to get sellout crowds in our lineup on Roar Comedy Show nights. So very proud of that. And we have some announcements that are coming up for as we look into 2024 as well. As I mentioned, some things coming up. I do want to point out Free Music Fridays. We've talked about this here before. We have Free Music Fridays on our plaza that has been such a tremendous success that once again this year we brought it in. Free Music Fridays Winter Edition that just wrapped up. We had so many people coming to this show that we had to have waiting lines, and when people came out, other people would come in. So it just goes to show that people are so excited to come down and take advantage of that. Roar, I mentioned, we have some great comedians to announce coming up with that. And also in the Aria Ballroom, we have Voyage. I think we're getting close to sell out on that as well. So fun stuff coming up. Thanks, everybody. And that concludes my portion. So I'm going to turn it over to Gus for a few other thoughts.
Okay, thank you, Beth. Thank you, Arlen. Thank you, Dan, for the wonderful presentation. First of all, before I turn over to what Joe had talked about our venue cooperation agreement, are there any questions or comments about our slide deck, Chair or Commissioners?
Any questions?
Madam Chair, I just want to know through Beth, did the Blushing Bride sell out? That's a big band. A fun band.
Absolutely, I can report yes.
Excellent.
Yep.
if I may, just so our room takes around about 900 people. And as a gauge, our entertainment team has seen in the past that if they get good social media interest ahead, depending what that number of people is, they can roughly double it. And that's the number we can expect. So they got about 200 to 250 interested parties, thought they would get 500, but we were turning away. Once we hit the 900, they were turning them away at the door on that first night. So.
Anything else? Okay. So at this juncture, I want to make sure, Gus, are you all set for the public portion now?
Yes.
We do want to get an update on the capital expenditure report, but in order to do so, we would have to go into executive session where this is where Lily, you start to understand our, you know it anyway as a lawyer, but our public process, I have to read this language into the record. And
I'm sorry, Chair, before we go on to discuss the executive session, I did want to address Joe's point about the impacted live entertainment agreements.
Okay, my apologies.
Yes, that's okay, Chair. So as you know, back in 2014, MGM by Blue Tarp entered into an agreement with the Massachusetts Performing Arts Coalition with respect to the theater here at Symphony Hall in Springfield, as well as the Hanover Theater in Worcester. Back in 2014, I think everybody was looking to the crystal balls to figure out what the entertainment scenario would look like once MGM Springfield opened up. As you know, subsequent to that, MGM actually took over management of Symphony Hall. So one half of the equation that's set forth in the agreement no longer is relevant because MGM is directly involved with in terms of marketing and managing Symphony Hall on behalf of the city of Springfield. Just coincidentally, although we have been trying for many months to try to communicate with the Hanover Theater, we had not much success. But this morning, I actually spoke with the president of the theater this morning from Hanover Theater about this agreement, and as we were talking, I think that the Worcester is sufficiently geographically distant from Springfield that the president of the theater didn't think it made a whole lot of sense to talk about cross-marketing or cross-promotion of each other's events. So I think what we're going to do now is, with his agreement, we'll probably work on streamlining and modifying the scope of this agreement to take out the portion about cross-marketing, cross-promotion, and really just focus on the fact that MGM will not do anything to impede or to block anything that the Hanover Theater would like to do on it, in Worcester. So that's the report that I wanted to present to you right now, is that I think that the parties are in agreement that we can probably streamline this agreement to a much simpler, much easier agreement going forward.
Joe? Yeah, thank you. That's that's what we wanted. Really, what we want to hear about these is that there were some conversations going on, and that that these agreements aren't just sort of a piece of paper that's sitting there, but people are actually looking at what they say, and if there are opportunities to streamline it, I think that's great. As long as the parties are in agreement that this is a good thing, I think that's where we are. It's not an agreement that we are party to. This is an agreement between the ILEV and MGM. We obviously monitor that, and that's what sort of we're trying to do here.
Thanks, Gus. Okay, so at this juncture, we're all set. Okay, to consider moving into executive session. So the commission anticipates that it will meet in executive session in accordance with GL Chapter 30A, Section 21, subsection A7, to comply with GL Chapter 23K, Section 21A, subsection A7, for the specific purpose of reviewing the proposed multi-year capital expenditure plan described in 205 CMR 139.09. and any corresponding materials submitted relative to MGM Springfield as discussion of this matter in public would frustrate the purpose of the statute and associated legal authorities where the capital expenditure plan at issue is covered by a non-disclosure agreement between the Massachusetts Gaming Commission and MGM Springfield. The public session of the commission meeting will reconvene at the conclusion of the executive session. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien?
Second.
Thanks. Any questions on that? Okay, Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes. So 5-0 on that. Now we have some virtual magic. Tom, are you all set?
We should be, Chair. David's going to be moving the relevant folks that we've identified into the breakout room. You'll get a little pop-up box and you can click join. If we do miss somebody, please just drop a line in the chat to David Souza, and we'll get you right in there.
Okay. Thank you. And
You bet.
We'll return to public. Thanks.
All right, everybody, I have sent out invites and added those who I have on my list. If there are others that have not received an invite, please feel free to either, give me a holler or send a message in the chat and I will add you over as soon as I see it. Thanks so much.
we're all transported, so Dave, you can take down the screen.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can I just request a 5-minute break, please?
I was going to check in on that. That's a good idea. So it's 2:46. I don't know, 5:03, right? How about that?
I only need a 5-minute break unless someone needs more than that.
I'll take the time off for five of three. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Okay, Dave, if you want to take that down, please.
All set.
Thanks, Dave. There we are. This is a reconvening of the Massachusetts Game Commission. We had a busy day. We're holding this meeting virtually, so another roll call. Good afternoon, Commissioner O'Brien.
Good afternoon, I'm here.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Hill. Commissioner Hill, just for the record, I couldn't hear you.
I'm here.
Thank you. I can see you. Thank you so much. Commissioner Skinner, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And Commissioner Maynard.
Good afternoon.
Great, thank you. We'll get started. We are now on item 12 of our meeting number 506. Director Vanderlyn, thank you. And I don't know, I think you are solo today. At least for 12A anyway.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I am solo. It's very rare that I actually bring something before you without either one of my team members or somebody from Research and Responsible Gaming Partners. So I'll try to do the best I can here. So today I want to talk to you a little bit about considerations for behavioral risk identification and response technology. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, we all set there? Oh, before I do, I just wanted to just make a quick statement. Tomorrow kicks off Problem Gambling Awareness Month. It's initiated by the National Council on Problem Gambling, and it's a nationwide effort to highlight the risks and harms associated with gambling. We have a range of different activities through our GameSense team, GameSense program, both front of the house with casino patrons, but also back of the house, recognizing that casino employees are at greater risk of gambling-related harm. We're also participating in National Gambling Disorder Screening Day with the Cambridge Health Alliance Division on Addiction, which is on March 12th. And that screening day will be, again, both front of the house and back of the house. So more to come and lots of activities over the course of the next month. Before I kick this off, I wanted to just draw your attention to and recognize Judith Glenn with Pret Solutions. She's one of our research consultants, has been for a number of years, and she was really helpful in kind of pulling together some of the research on this specific topic. Judith is in the final steps of finishing her PhD at Gibraltar University. And I believe that she's going to be moving on to being a lecturer there at the university. So congratulations to Judith and much appreciation for her support for this project. So this is what we're really talking about today. So the gambling landscape is changing, right? This is driven by innovation and technology. And if that's the case, so too must how we look at our response to mitigating problem gambling. What are our strategies? What are our responses? To that end, I think the Commission should consider a range of strategies to effectively reduce harm across MGC regulated gambling formats, using, to the extent possible, evidence-based approaches that target specifically as possible the characteristics and manifestations of risk unique to each of the gambling formats. The presentation today will cover just one of those possible approaches. Again, I think that we really need to, as we move forward, look at a range of different strategies as we have over the course of our work together. So we're talking about artificial intelligence, and I think this is a term that's bantered around frequently, but to really just kind of hone in on a simple definition, artificial intelligence is an umbrella term that encompasses many initiatives that use a computer to perform tasks that would usually require a human to complete. Another definition quickly from the Oxford Dictionary is a theory and development of computer systems able to perform tasks that normally require human intelligence, such as visual perception, speech recognition, decision-making, and translation between languages. It is broadly used, and it's used in a range of different issues. And in fact, last month, there was a Boston Globe article talking about how researchers are turning to AI to predict the risk of pancreatic cancer. And similarly to what I'm going to be talking about, are what are those researchers are looking at, what are the early warning signs? What are the early predictors of this type of cancer in order to prevent or intervene as early as possible? AI is increasingly being considered or adopted within the gaming industry for a range of purposes, obviously including responsible gaming, but also marketing and fraud detection. Risk identification technology, AI-driven technology to identify and respond to risky gambling behavior is one of those responsible gaming approaches. There's a lot to learn in this space, and I am far from being an expert in this space, but I'm learning quickly. And part of that is to the thanks of the companies and individuals that responded to an RFI that we released back in August of 23 in order to gather insight into key considerations that we should account for in determining whether this approach is worth something that we should consider. And looking at not just our online environment, but also taking a look at land-based casino environments as well. So this is what we'll cover. Just quickly, key purpose and objective, a rationale for regulatory involvement, a proposed approach, insights from the RFI, state of the market, and proposed next steps. So back in 2014, the Gaming Commission adopted a responsible gaming framework, and it was updated in 2018. And there's a work underway to look at this framework again. The overarching goal has remained consistent, which the Commission adopted way back, which is to create an effective, sustainable, measurable, and socially responsible and accountable approach to gambling. Each of these terms are obviously important. Interestingly, even in the very first iteration of this framework, it stated that RG efforts in their entirety will retain flexibility and respond to emerging evidence in the evolving technological and cultural environment. And I think both of those are actually really important. The evolving technological, looking at the advancements in AI technology and how far it's come, but also the cultural environment and what is accepted and what is appropriate in any given response that we would be considering. So to that end, the MGC released an RFI to seek information about AI-driven technology solutions to identify and respond to risky gambling behavior. This wasn't just limited in our approach looking at online sports wagering, though obviously that is top of mind for us. It also took a look at land-based casinos, including carded play and cashless wagering, which we'll be talking about here a little bit more shortly in the next presentation. But also, like we are within the approved FY24 gaming research agenda, we have a study looking at kind of down the road and around the corner of possible action on iGaming. And so I think it's important that we think about iGaming, though it's not legal or regulated in Massachusetts at this point, but thinking about should it be down the road, whether or not this would be an appropriate response. And so the ideal path forward, recognizing that this is the overarching goal and there's probably many iterations that we could take of this is a strategy that can effectively reduce harm in all MGC regulated gambling formats by using an evidence-based approach that target the characteristics and manifestations unique to each and every gambling format that's regulated by the commission. So when I talk about sort of these indicators, what are the actual behaviors that we're looking at, or that AI technology would look at? And there's many, and these are just a few examples of that were delivered through the RFI process. And they include use of multiple gambling accounts, increase in frequency of bets, repeatedly attempting to recover previous losses or chasing losses by placing more bets, progressively increasing bet sizes, frequent high sum deposits, number of payment methods used for deposits, declined deposits by banks, canceled withdrawals, increase in frequency and length of gambling sessions, change in the type of sports that are wagered, and change in the days and hours when wagers are typically placed. Each of these alone may be a single indicator, but the true power is when you look at combinations of indicators, then they can provide a clearer picture of the degree of risk. So there are actually, I think it's important to recognize that a lot of operators, especially multinational operators licensed in advanced gambling jurisdictions like the US, like Europe, UK, Australia, Canada, already have AI-driven solutions for identifying risk in various forms. And some of those are developed in-house, developing predictive models in-house, and so it's unique and specific to the operator that is offering this tool. Some are configured solutions. There's been a number of companies that are in this space, and there's been considerable investment in this space. A few of those I will be talking about as we look at respondents to the RFI. And then there's also a hybrid, so using both in-house predictive models as well as some type of external product or company, a product that they offer. So this is not a perfect, and there are plenty of areas where we should look at improvement, and I'll just cover a few of those now. Some of it deals with a lack of rigor or reliability in the indicators, so the indicators that I just touched on, or the thresholds that are used in order to identify the degree of risk. And so I'm citing one evaluation right here where an international research team found that a system based on 9 markers of harm or indicators of harm used by a consortium of operators identified less than 1% rather than greater than 6% of online players who self-reported pathological gambling. Sometimes the response isn't adequately supported. And so most solutions, and as I'll talk about here more in a second, don't have an integrated response technology. So you can identify the risky gambling behavior, but it's not supported by adequate resources for the response of that. And then finally, it's not always supported by an outcome-based evaluation framework. And this is something that as the commission has moved forward in many of our responsible gaming strategies, we look at how is that coupled with an evaluation framework that can tell us more. How do we maximize the utility of whatever the given responsible gaming strategy is? And so there isn't a great degree or body of research that supports that. The UK Gambling Commission, shout out to them for developing regulatory standards that require regular evaluation of harm reduction efforts.
Mark, could I just interrupt here? Because this is interesting to me. I just want to understand. It sounds as though you've evaluated other programs, and I'm wondering who you've done that with, because I don't know if Judith is that part of her work, and so she's evaluating the other programs.
No, this is just a review of the evidence that exists within this space. So this was more like a literature review.
Thank you.
So regulatory involvement can be really helpful in a couple different ways. First, on the technology side, so the risk identification side, and developing rigorous indicators, thresholds, and proxies tailored to diverse gambling formats, whether it be online sports wagering or casinos or cashless wagering, and to assure that they're flexible and adaptable to diverse environments as needed. The second piece, which is what I just was speaking about, is to assure that there's resources and policies in place to support individuals who are displaying a risky gambling behavior, and whether that's systematic evidence-based response intervention protocols, but also, again, an evaluation framework that can continuously monitor how AI can continue to evolve and do a better job and work as a RG tool. There's a lot of, I think that there's a lot of hope in this space too, that there's a significant amount of academic studies have identified that risk using a variety of player data, looking at play patterns, consumer communications, and financial activity. So I listed to you a few slides back some of the key indicators, but those are just some. If you want, you could also look at customer communications and financial activity that is not behavioral based. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a few of the responses that we received. There was some interesting early studies on this, looking at online sports bettors. Specifically and quite notably, there was a very large study by Harvard Medical School Division on Addiction, just over in Malden. They partnered with a company, BWin, between 2007 and 2014, and did an impressive study that really dove deeper into looking at gambling behavior and risk indicators. There's a general consensus that extreme plays, so the top 1 to 5%, is a reliable concept for identifying risk. So identifying the 1 to 5%, you can begin to identify what risk indicators are should be tracked. And finally, that research is increasingly focused on risk indicators specific to online sports betting environments, such as in-play, betting outside the normal hours, and betting on sports outside the top 10. So evidence suggests potential. Many studies have demonstrated that intervening with players simply via automatic methods, so whether it's a pop-up within the sports wagering app or an email sent to their account, can actually have an effect at reducing gambling-related harm. For players that are in sort of that top level, players indicating greater degree of risk, there's studies that have indicated that person-to-person intervention, so something that's much more tailored, can be successful at reducing harmful gambling amongst those players. And then there was a study which found that high-risk players who received a phone call intervention reduced their theoretical loss, by 30% compared to 7% amongst those who did not receive the phone call. So this is very roughly a proposed approach, and I think we're into it at this point in time. So one is obviously the RFI, risk identification and response. Another is expert consultations, and finally beginning to kind of narrow in on what is the target environment, what is the evidence in the market, and role for regulation. And so some of that is continuing our due diligence in this space to identify whether this is a priority of the commission, and if so, where do we want it to go? What environment would we want to launch this in, one or more? I think the next step is to understand the local context. Much like we have with Play My Way, our operators were incredibly valuable and important stakeholders in this. I think that consultation with Massachusetts operators to get a better understanding of kind of what their position is, what they currently have in place, and what we could look to would be an important piece of this. I think consulting with other relevant stakeholders as well. The Mass Council on Gaming and Health has a recovery board that at a certain point, I don't know at what point in the process, it may be worth consulting them about an appropriate response strategy. I also think that it would be really useful if the Commission, recognizing that this touches on many different areas, would assemble a work group, both the sports wagering division, certainly the IT division, and our legal division, as well as the research and responsible gaming division, and consider further research to explore this. Next, I think it would be warrant us to prepare different options. And I think there's a number of different ways which the Commission may wish to consider going, whether it's establishing regulatory criteria and outcomes, perhaps it's but leaving it up to the operators in order to meet those regulatory criteria. It could be identifying and mandating one solution for all operators. And it could be much kind of going back to consulting with our operators, collaborating and identifying a common solution or criteria in order to move forward. So just a general state of the market. Again, this is largely sort of doing a literature review and exploring what is currently out there. Most solutions market themselves as offering response functionality, though most of those leave it up to the operator to decide what that response is. There's a product called Mentor that provides an integrated both behavioral risk identification and a corresponding response functionality. And they have a bank of automated messages. Most solutions are designed for implementation in online environments, but there are just a few out there that also have another module of it that couples into land-based environment. Most solutions undergo extensive configuration process to build and train their predictive models on operator-specific data. I think that this is actually a really important step in making sure that the solution, if implemented in Massachusetts, would be unique to Massachusetts players and unique to gamblers in Massachusetts and not built upon a predictive model from another jurisdiction. Most of the solutions, I'll touch on this a little bit, were developed by academic experts in the responsible gaming field. And a number have been peer reviewed, but in most cases, those include members of the development team. So going back, I'm going to just begin touching on the RFI respondents. So it was released in 2023 to get insight into key considerations. We received 5 responses, 4 from providers of risk identification solutions and 1 from the Mass Council on Gaming and Health. All of those responses are included in your packet today. The responses were really helpful in order to provide some insight into the state of the market and some of the details about how they work. And the Mass Council on Gaming and Health really supported the Gaming Commission's work and participation and lead in this space. So here are sort of, when I talked a little bit before about some of them, some of the solutions were developed in-house and some of them were outside companies. And so the ones that I'm talking about today were companies that have unique solutions in this space. So one is called BetBuddy, developed by a company called Playtech. It's an AI solution. It's evidence-based risk segmentation approach. In other words, you can see it places players into 3 levels of risk: low, medium, and high.
Mark, I'm sorry to interrupt again. My apologies. In order for me to sort of think about your presentation going forward, what are you going to ask of us?
There's a couple things that I can certainly skip to. That's a good point, Madam
No,
Chair.
I mean,
apologize
I don't want to jump ahead. I just want to
Yeah.
get my mind set right. I'm
So-
sure it's a lot of content and I just.
Yeah, I know. I apologize. It's a lot. It was a lot for me too, honestly. My wish for the commission is that we continue down a path of exploring whether this technology it would be a fit for Massachusetts. And to that end, my recommendation and our very next steps would be to say, I would love to hear from our operators and what technology is available on their gambling platforms. What, if any, technology is available? I would love to assemble a work group within the MGC across divisions in order to continue to explore this. And finally, I would like to expand the scope. Within our current FY24 research agenda is a study on artificial intelligence, much to the credit of you, Madam Chair, who recommended that specific study early on. I would recommend that that we expand the scope of that study to do what we originally intended and is scoped out in the FY24 research agenda, but add an additional focus on this type of risk identification technology and how AI can be used in this space.
Okay, so as we go through the RFI, we're not evaluating them. That's what I.
No. This is, thank you. I appreciate that. This is really just for background. This was to help us begin to understand how, what technology exists and what are important components as identified by the respondents to the RFI.
Okay, commissioners, I don't know if that was helpful for you, but if you have any other questions about framing this, chime in now. All set? Okay, Mark, that was helpful for me.
Okay, I'm glad. Perhaps I should have led with that.
No,
I apologize.
you wouldn't know how I'm viewing it. It's through my lens versus your lens. It's just fine. It's fine.
Okay. All right. All right. So back to the respondents to the RFI. And again, thank you very much to the respondents to this RFI. It's no small task to pull together a response, and it's much appreciated and really helpful. I hope for the commission. So the first one is Bet Buddy, offered by Playtech. As I said before, it offers evidence-based risk segmentation on 3 levels: low, medium, and high. It offers product-specific features and determining level of risk for sports betting, with greater weighting in different ways, and analytical adjustments for seasonality and big sporting events. So it isn't sort of a one size fits all across any specific format. It's able to adjust based on seasonality, based on specific big sporting events like perhaps March Madness or the Super Bowl. And it has been piloted to a land-based environment as well. The second is a product called Game Scanner, offered by Mindway AI. Similar to Bet Buddy, it is also a cloud-based AI solution, but this is based on neuroscience. In fact, the developers have 10 plus years research in neuroscience and neuroimaging. This is the one product that has been performance tested and verified by GLI, the first to do so, and I think that is notable. Sorry, my dog just barged into the office. Game Scanner defines risk score for each player based from 1 to 100. Combined with thresholds and customized behavior. The thresholds trigger an alarm But that alarm, really, the response is still left up to the operator in order to determine what the appropriate response is. So these are two what I would consider alternative or complementary approaches to the conventional risk identification response. So whereas sort of Bet Buddy and Game Scanner are sort of the conventional product that's available on the market, ID Pair and TransUnion are both products that would be complementary, and I'll explain that just a little bit more. So ID Pair is an interesting product that offers data consolidation, a data consolidation platform, which means that it assigns a random number and play can be tracked across multiple operators. I think that this is an interesting product in large part because oftentimes players, especially players who are at risk, play across multiple platforms, and traditional technology really only tracks to the very specific platform. And it was ID Pair pointed out in their RFA response that an estimated 76 to 82% of players have multiple accounts on different platforms. So this would be a direct response to that. There is no apparent integrated player-facing response functionality, however, and there hasn't been adaptable to a land-based environment. The next one offered by TransUnion is the Player Stability Score. And what's unique about this one is that it focuses not on the behavioral data, but on financial data, and such as individual loss amount, monthly loss amount, multiple deposits in a short amount of time. So what strictly financial-based inputs in order to establish a player stability E-score that relates to the person's propensity to be suffering financial distress. And similarly, there's no apparent integrated player-facing response functionality that would need to be developed. And in terms of its adaptability to land-based environment, that's to be determined. Two additional products that were not part of the original submission, but are interesting and worth noting. One is Preventer Suite, offered by Sustainable Interaction, an cloud-based AI solution that has a kind of grown within the market. The developers of that had experience across different companies within the space: PlayScan, Green Gaming, and Kindred. There is no apparent integrated player-facing response functionality. It notifies the operators to prompt an interaction and the ability to display messages or nudges through different communication channels, though those weren't defined. The final one, and I mentioned this just a little bit ago, is Mentor. It's the one that has the ability to both identify risk, but it has sort of a range of different sort of built-in response features. And this was the one that was unique for that. It's an evidence-based approach with indicators and responses. And as I said, there's an inventory of automated personalized messages that the operator can deploy. And it has been implemented and utilized in a land-based environment. So just quickly, what are the key implications? While solutions do not market game-specific considerations, sport-specific indicators and thresholds can be accounted for in the configuration phase. And that's what earlier I said, that configuration phase is really important in order, if it is deployed in Massachusetts, that it's being built upon players in Massachusetts based on play here. Mentor was the only solution offering an integrated response functionality. And there were two solutions that have been tested in land-based environments: Bet Buddy and Mentor, currently implemented. So proposed next steps and Chair Jed Stein, I think this is where I kind of highlighted that just a few minutes ago. So in terms of next steps, I would recommend that the commission continue to move forward in this space. I think that there's adequate evidence to show that there's promise, but I also think that there's still a lot that the commission needs to consider and needs to learn. It's like that onion, that the more you peel it back, the more that there is. While I think that we just need to continue to learn a lot about this. So part of that is consulting with our operators to explore what the current status of risk ID and response efforts are. What are the operational opportunities and barriers? What are their feedback actually to regulation? They may welcome regulation in this space, or they may be willing to contribute to developing a consistent strategy for all operators. As I said before, I think it may be worth seeking the advice of the recovery board on the utility and specific elements of an effective response system, not on the risk identification system, but mostly on focusing on response. I think that the MGC should develop a work group. And as I said before, we have within our existing research agenda now, a study that looks specifically at AI technology. I think that it would be worth considering merging this with the RG evaluation project in order to just do a larger product within this space. So it'd be taking two already approved projects within the research agenda, merging it into one in order to have a much more energy going towards this project. And that's it. Thank you.
Can you take down the slideshow?
I can, yeah.
And again, I thank you it was really how to think about the responses that I needed to understand whether we were kind of evaluating them. All right, so that was helpful. Commissioners, questions for Mark? Commissioner Maynard.
More of a statement, Madam Chair. Mark, I watched the Rock Bottom King skit on Saturday Night Live last weekend, and I immediately thought of AI as a solution, part of a solution to this problem. It makes sense that if you can use AI to know that someone's more likely to bet on, say, a college basketball game, right? That you could use it to know if they're betting more than they should, right? And I heard you talk about models. I think that it can help with intervention. And I think that we should be at the forefront of encouraging, perhaps even requiring operators to engage with us on this, because they do have the technology, right? And part of what you found shows that. We've been kind of the leader in research and responsible gaming for the last 10 years in Massachusetts. I think this is kind of the next frontier, in my opinion. And as someone who fits the demographic that is highly affected by this potential problem, I have to say that I totally support exploring this further.
Yeah.
If I could, I want to jump on Commissioner Maynard because you kind of set the stage of where we are. Mark knows that I was familiar with what was happening in New Jersey, and I did follow up with our counterparts in New Jersey. They provide great leadership, and many of their operators are also our licensed operators, and they are right now through a cooperative, not through regulation, a cooperative kind of, I think it's kind of like an MOU or something, working, all the operators are working with our counterparts in New Jersey, and they have a list of, I think, of like 10 triggers of their that they would either look at account activity or behavior activity that's associated with patrons who might have put at a greater risk for gambling issues. And I'm hesitant to have to say gambling problem or addiction. And then once those triggers occur, then there's a second sort of analysis where they'll do a degree of due diligence with the operators. And then there are 3 levels of intervention. And one of them is to send an email, the first one. The second one is to do, I think, a tutorial, Mark, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah.
A tutorial. And then third, they actually do have an RG team who will intervene with the patron. I love the idea of Mark continuing to explore and kind of see where it would be tweaked for all of Massachusetts sensibilities. But I'm wondering if it makes sense to kind of explore doing, kind of taking what they're doing and building our best practices. And I bet they would share back, they would take from us as well. I don't know, Mark, that's why I was wondering, I assume when you were looking at all the other programs that you had New Jersey in mind, but it seemed as though there's a lot of intersectionality there.
Yeah, I really appreciate the work that New Jersey and Leadership New Jersey has done in this space. I think it's wonderful. And I think that there is a lot that we could learn or partner with New Jersey if that's the direction that we go. And it was kind of contemplated when I was talking about what the different options were of possibly adopting a sort of a New Jersey style model. And any work that we could do in collaboration with them, they have been really helpful and forthcoming with their information about this product. They should be really proud of what they've developed.
And the operators are cooperating, I think, because one of your first steps, and I agree with all your steps, the idea of a working group and figuring out how the AI the technology can, be elevated. But the operators, I think a lot of, like as I said, our licensees overlap with them. They have a bigger group. You may hear that. Just, I guess I'm saying we shouldn't be surprised that they're saying, well, we're actually doing this. And I'm not sure what other states they might be doing it with. You'd be more familiar with that, Mark. I'm just more familiar with the New Jersey model. And
yeah, I'm not familiar with other states that have moved in this space. I've had conversations with other jurisdictions in the U.S. that are all very interested in this space, and I think there's a lot of sort of waiting to see what other jurisdictions are doing. And I've also had conversations with some operators in Massachusetts and elsewhere that I haven't heard that there's a lot of alarm. I think that there is sort of a willingness to participate in using technology for this purpose, but doing it right, and making sure that that it's going back to what our goals of the responsible gaming framework, that it's effective, that it's measurable, that it's accountable, and that it's socially responsible. So I think all of that is great.
Yeah, I mean,
Commissioner O'Brien.
So yeah, Mark, I was fortunate enough to sit in this a while ago. I can't even recall how long ago it was, Mark. You and I went through sort of the presentation from a vendor on this, and we've had conversations about how Europe has mandates in place, some of which, obviously when you take things from there and here, you always got to assess the viability of it state by state. But there is an element of compulsion in New Jersey. So there's a cooperation, but there is also a mandate in New Jersey to do this. And so I do laud New Jersey for sort of being in the forefront of this. I think this is something we've all talked about, stepping into this space. It also dovetails with the data privacy conversations that we have, because this is the same information, right? The concern is, please don't use it to target, right, and create a riskier behavior. So it is out there. I love the idea of using AI and what's been learned in Europe in a more mature market to do this. I think we need to learn more. I do want to be more proactive. I feel like, there's a natural tension, obviously, with wanting to make more money and then wanting to stop somebody who's betting a lot, right? So I think there is going to have to be probably a regulatory mandate. But I think before we move there, to Mark's point and to your point, Madam Chair, and we need to find out what's out there and what is already being done by the operator so that we do it in a way that's the most effective. But I do think this is somewhere we talk about reg review and we talk about circling back. This is a top priority area, I think, for this body.
I agree. Commissioner Hill or Commissioner Skinner?
I agree with everything that's been said. I don't think there's much more I can add to it. Looking forward.
Yeah. I think building on if we could early adopt some measures rather than nothing, and then keep on improving. What is the saying? Don't let perfection be the enemy of good or whatever. Commissioner Skinner.
No, I feel the same as Commissioner Hill. I don't have too much to add. I do agree with what's already been said. The takeaway really is more education for us commissioners and information gathering and see where this goes. But I do think it should be a priority, and I'm happy to see that we're already starting to think about it. Whether, we're taking tips from New Jersey or some other jurisdiction that may be in the beginning stages as well of looking at this. I think it's a step in the right direction.
I think New Jersey launched in January of 23, Mark. So they're just at that 1 year mark and starting to do auditing. So, your inquiry, 1 year later, right? This initiative, the timing is perfect, and you've done a lot of research already. So I'm excited for you to get this going. I know it did come up during our regulation promulgation, and it's a priority. So thank you.
Thank you. May I say one?
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, what do we need to formalize any steps for you further? But go right ahead, Mark.
I think in terms of, it did dawn on me that if we're merging two of the approved research projects within the gaming research agenda for this fiscal year, is that something that would need a vote or approval by the commission? Still both projects, but it's just kind of merging into one, which is a little different than I think what you had approved.
I think we put you should think about that. I'm sure Todd's about to weigh in for the agenda setting meeting so that we could get it properly on the agenda. Okay. If that's something that you feel is needed, right?
It would be great. And I apologize. I should have thought about that before it dawned on me.
No. This is why you're presenting, so you get some feedback, right? What were you going to say? Because I interrupted.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking about what Commissioner Maynard had said early on. We offer a range of tools, both casino-based, and our operators offer different types of play management tool. And I think that almost exclusively that relies on patrons to take an active step in order to seek the information, in order to enroll in what that tool is. And this type of technology, and I think what's really exciting about it, is that it's a much more proactive approach to responsible gaming. It's not trying to be overly intrusive, but it's also there as sort of a check, or as I mentioned at some point in the presentation, sort of a nudge, and helping, much like we do with the rest of our responsible gaming tools, increase informed player choice. That it's important for somebody to know if you're moving from green to yellow to red, to provide some input or to introduce play management tools. That there's a range of different ways that this can be used, but I think of it as far more proactive, perhaps, than some of our other initiatives. That's all.
And Mark, you did it all by yourself?
I did.
No.
Well,
Excellent.
sort of. I did have the help of the team here, help me think it through and certainly kind of develop the PowerPoint, and Judith Glynn is always a wealth of information as one of our research consultants.
Yeah, she's been wonderful. So no further questions for Mark? Okay, well, again, I thank you, and thank you for helping me figure out the RFI piece. So, all right, and now we're going to switch to your next subject matter. You're not going anywhere because we have item 12B. And that, I know Carrie wasn't feeling great yesterday. I hope you're feeling better today, Carrie.
Thank you. I'm here.
But this is a topic that we rolled over, and we just wanted to make sure you have time. So again, it's dealing with cashless or digital payments. So big issue. Thanks. Oh, and hi, Dr. Andrews.
Yes, so good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I can get us started here. Dr. Vanderlinden and Dr. Andrews and I are excited to talk to you about some of the responsible gaming considerations of cashless payment technology or digital payment technology in casino gaming. As you know, the question of whether to allow the use of digital payment technology at casinos in the Commonwealth is under review by the Commission, and we'll be coming to you soon with a proposed regulatory framework and policy considerations for the Commission to weigh in on. We thought that it might be helpful before we do that to provide you with some information related to the responsible gaming considerations for cashless payment technology, as well as ways in which regulators might address some of those issues. So there's really no particular ask of the Commission today. This is really just introductory information for you on this topic that will hopefully be helpful to you as we move into the regulation process. So Mark, if you want to share the slides.
I'm trying here.
Oh, okay.
I had it pulled up, Carrie, and now I'm struggling to find it again. I just bear with me 1 second.
Sure.
Or Bonnie, if you have it pulled up. It was in the meeting packet. I had it just a second ago.
It's, here, I have the packet version open. I can share that if that's
Okay. I'm sorry, Carrie.
No problem.
I had it all teed up.
No problem at all. So I'm just going to start on this definition slide here before we dive in. This is really when we're talking about digital payment methods generally. I'm not specifically talking about, with respect to gaming or casinos, but we're generally talking about payment methods such as debit cards, e-wallets, and wearable or mobile devices. These types of payment methods allow for frictionless, contactless payments, and there's been an increase in the focus on these types of methods due to the pandemic. So I'm first actually going to turn it over to Dr. Andrews to discuss some of the responsible gaming issues inherent in the use of digital payment technology.
Hey, thank you, Carrie, and thank you, everybody. It's wonderful to be here today. When thinking about introducing digital payment methods, it's important to consider possible concerns related to responsible gaming and problem gambling. And I'm just going to give a brief overview of some of these concerns as they relate to digital payment technology. So the first is related to play, and that's that some data has shown an increase in play and time on device when using cashless technology. The second point is that there's a phenomenon known as the pain of paying, and that's that consumers experience negative feelings when parting with their money. The research literature discusses that there could be less pain of paying experienced when paying with non-cash methods. So that there's the idea that when money is less tangible, there's less aversion to the thought of losing money. In addition, looking at the broader research on consumer spending shows that there may be increased spending with less awareness using electronic payment methods versus paying with cash. And this effect related to increased spending is stronger in younger consumers who's already a population of concern when talking about possible gambling-related harm. Another point to consider is just how people may also use cash to assist with responsible gaming. So, for example, there may be no built-in break in play or enforced break in time for reflection as a harm minimization strategy, like if you have to get up and get cash. With using cashless payment, you may have access to additional funds when in a hot state or when decision-making is affected by emotions, which may compromise someone's ability to stay within their intended limits. Additionally, the use and withdrawal of cash itself may allow for pre-commitment of the amount of money intended to spend. And lastly, there's the point that easy access to funds is correlated with increased spending by individuals with gambling problems. So again, when thinking about introducing digital payment methods, it's important to consider how these possible implications related to play, access to funds, and increased spending for people who experience gambling problems may come into play. And now I'm going to turn it over to Director van der Linden, who's going to talk about some of the responsible gaming opportunities that come with digital payment technology.
Thank you. So there are also a lot of opportunities that present that are unique in a cashless wagering system. It can provide safeguards for anti-money laundering rules and backgrounds needed for the KYC, know your customer, and additional barriers for underage gambling. And additionally, compared to cash, digital or cashless wagering systems contain features that can effectively prevent and mitigate gambling-related harms. Much like in the presentation, I was talking about cashless wagering system, where you're capturing player data. You can also begin to use that data in order to begin to identify early warning signs of risk and develop a response system that would be appropriate. So certainly, as the commission considers how we move forward with the type of risk identification and response technology, and as if cashless wagering continues to move forward sort of in tandem there, I think that it would be in the benefit of the commission to look not only at sort of online sports wagering gambling behavior, but also how it applies to a cashless wagering system. Carrie, I'll turn it back over to you.
Yes, thank you. So with all of that in mind, there are a number of possible regulatory actions that could be taken to address some of these concerns. So we thought we'd just run through some of these possible options today. You could set digital wallet parameters. Some of these options, for example, you could require default limits on the amount a patron could deposit into their account within a set time frame. You could implement a delay before deposits into a digital wallet can be accessed for gambling. You can restrict access to funds transfer on the gaming floor. These two bullets, number 2 and 3, are very similar. They just, the bullet 2 is more of a technological tool where there would be a delay actually built into the app. And bullet 3 is more of a physical tool, which would require a patron to actually step away from their gambling in order to transfer funds. So this one would be more akin to the requirement that ATMs be located off of the gaming floor, but they would essentially serve the same purpose, those two options. You could require the automatic deposit of jackpot wins into player accounts. This would require a patron to take an extra step to actually use the jackpot funds to continue gaming rather than it being automatically available for continued play. So instead of it being continuing to stay on the machine that they're playing at, it would be automatically moved from the machine to their player account. And if they wanted to continue gaming with it, they would have to proactively move it back onto the machine. You could make it so that there's no limit on the amount of funds which can be withdrawn from the account or digital wallet. The ability of a patron to remove all funds, if they're so inclined, could remove the temptation to continue gaming. You could also implement some limit setting tools. You could give patrons the ability to set a daily, weekly, and/or monthly budget, along with the ability to enable real-time notifications as the patron approaches and reaches their set budget. This would be similar to some of the play management tools that are included in our sports wagering regulations. That would prohibit you from gambling beyond a set limit, which you had set within a particular time frame. You could also implement a delay on requests to increase limits, or meaning to increase the funds that the player has available, and an immediate implementation of requests to reduce limits, meaning to reduce the funds that the player has available to play with. This, as Bonnie mentioned, this could sort of help someone to not act in a hot state. I did just want to note, however, Director van der Linden raised this issue that there are some arguments against this type of tool, as it could increase player frustration with the tool and decrease players who use the function. You could also allow the use of a cooling off option, the ability for patrons to set a cooling off period during which their account is temporarily frozen for a predetermined time period. Again, this is similar to what we implemented on the sports wagering side, and this can keep someone who might recognize that they need some sort of tool from acting in a hot state and would implement this break and play for them. You could also require or make optional real-time player activity statements to patrons. This would help individuals to see the actual amounts gambled immediately in real time. With respect to tracking of or intervention for at-risk behavior, you could authorize or require such tracking and a system to deliver personalized messages through the machine. This is sort of what Mark was just talking about, some of this player risk identification issue and the ways that it could be tracked and monitored and messages sent back out to the patrons. You could also allow the use of on-site GameSense staff to intervene with patrons indicating high-risk gambling behaviors. In terms of intervention, there's a range of levels or degrees of intervention that could be considered, including the use of GameSense staff, which could be especially useful with patrons showing higher risk gambling behavior. And then finally, this is slightly separate from those above, but with respect to the research agenda, you could consider the effects of cashless wagering on gambling behaviors and the effectiveness of measures we've talked about when developing the Commission's annual research agenda. So as I said, we do intend to bring a regulatory framework to the Commission soon for discussion, and it's likely to include some of these options we've discussed today. And these are all things that the Commission might want to consider when we discuss possible regulations for this implementation. So I will stop sharing and we are happy to take any questions that you might have.
Commissioner O'Brien.
So the only thing when you move forward on this too, when we were down getting the demo review on this, we'd asked the question about whether you could delay the ability to even implement the request, consistent with some of the research that's out there about impulse control and riding out the wave, akin to the ATM has to be X feet away from the floor. So the physical act of going there might slow you down. So whatever we do, I would like some discussion about that, like that time period where they talk about the urge and the impulse riding out so that you don't reload in that time period.
Sure.
Thanks. It's great. It's a lot of options and stuff to talk about. Thank you.
Anything else, Commissioners? Well, thank you, both Carrie and Bonnie, for your good work on this, and for Mark. It made sense to have them presented together, so that worked out well. Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess
thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, Commissioners, we're going to go back to the mission statement. It needed updating, and I want to extend my appreciation to Commissioner Mayer and Commissioner O'Brien for working with a good team to think about this. I know that Grace helped formulate that team, and it looked like a really good cross section of the agency. So I bet you got a lot of good input, and we've seen it. It's come to us a couple of times. We just haven't circled back, right? Commissioner Maynard, Commissioner O'Brien.
You want me to go first, Commissioner O'Brien? You go first.
No, you can go first.
I'll just be brief, because you're right, Madam Chair. Thinking about John Scully and Lily Wallace and Grace, there were a lot of a lot of work that went into it that was really just observed and guided by Commissioner O'Brien and myself. The goal was to set the tone, to modernize, given that the MGC is more than 10 years old, modernize the language while integrating sports wagering, but not just dropping sports wagering into what existed, but thinking about kind of the values of what we want to push forward as a group. Same thing with the proposed updated core values. Again, Mills took a heavy lead on that. The language speaks for itself, and happy for feedback, and we'll turn it over to Commissioner O'Brien.
Yeah, I think the role that Commissioner Maynard and I played really was being mindful of what this commission has consistently said were the priorities of the regulatory agency, and making sure that as we modernized it and we pulled in sports wagering and gave a nod to horse racing and some of the other things to make sure it was all in there. It was just making sure that our priorities were referenced in it. And then there was a lot of wordsmithing, time spent on literal one word versus the other and going back and forth. And I think the team did a great job on it. I mean, I think it pulls it up into 2024 in a way that encompasses everything on our plate.
I can give a specific example, if you don't mind, Commissioner O'Brien.
Yep.
I mean, for example, I remember we talked a lot about and allow an appropriate return on investment for gaming providers being mentioned in the original statement. We thought, well, what does that mean today, right? First of all, does the commission allow any private business to make a return? Well, what we really want to do is foster economic benefits. And then we also thought about how important it was to foster diversity, right, with that. And so there was a place where we kept the intent of the original language, but modernized it for today. And we tried to do that kind of over and over and over again. And I really appreciated what the team came up with.
Yeah, so really, if the three of you have anything to add, edit, now's the time.
Commissioner Skinner.
But thank you, the two of you, for your work on this and the rest of the team. There's nothing that sticks out to me as inherently wrong or incorrect about the direction that we're moving in here. I'm prepared to give significant deference to the team. But two things. I'd be interested to hear from our interim executive director and his thoughts and on the core values and the new mission statement, but then also interested in any areas of disagreement or tug of war, if you will, as part of that occurred as part of this group, just so that we can sort of get an understanding of where there are sticking points, if any.
To answer your second question, I think Commissioner Maynard highlighted one of the main ones was the tension of, well, what exactly is our role in that regard? That was probably the most robust conversation. Otherwise, there was consensus on everything else, really.
Yeah, there were places where a word was used twice, for example, right? And we said, well, we've got to find another word. And then there was a lot of wordsmithing on the second word, right? And Mills can jump in. I don't know if he's on here and probably provide a lot of history on that. But really, I had been around to different conferences over the last year and a half and heard a lot of operators say, they like that we talk about the fact that it's okay for an operator to make money, right? And that we're kind of unique in that way. Lily pointed out that there are other jurisdictions that say that also. But again, we tried to think about how do we modernize it. So I think Commissioner O'Brien's right. That was probably the biggest substantive conversation we had.
That's helpful. Thank you. And then I don't know if Todd, you wanted to add anything.
Not too much. I would just add that, for me, it was important, as it was for everyone, that the core values in particular reflect all of our core values. And that's why there are some adjustments made, including things like ensuring that we have an inclusive culture, that we work collaboratively, the transparency, the integrity, all of the things that we practice every day are recognized here in the core values. So it was really a modernization, I think, of the values that were established long ago that have served us quite well. But this is really just a refreshed and updated version, and I think it looks great. It was really, as has already been noted, truly a team effort, which is often difficult, but there was such agreement across the unit that it was not a difficult undertaking, really. It was really an interesting one. So I'm really pleased with the result.
Right, Commissioner Skinner, I'm not sure if you knew that interim executive director Gross was on in that group. I don't know if you.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, good. the whole list. I don't know if we have, because we should be thanking all the participants. Do you have it by chance, anybody?
I do.
think
I
it
have it
was-
up right now.
Yeah, it's in the packet. I think that
Oh,
opening,
my apologies.
yeah.
Page 776, Madam Chair.
Although he's Toss Grossman. Sorry about that.
I wasn't gonna
apologies,
mention anything.
It's like an
but
old
that-
college nickname or something we put in there.
That's okay. That wouldn't come up in the spell check, so that's cool.
And I do have to say, everyone was phenomenal, but I do have to say,
Yeah, there it is.
much as you
I'm
saw
sorry.
earlier with the procurement, et cetera, you know, John Scully is a get it done kind of person. I mean, he would have redrafts and reminding everybody as you go. So if you have a task to get done, steal him away from Derek.
Yeah. And, you know, and I did scroll right over that list, Commissioner Skinner, I saw 1 to 3, but I wasn't even thinking just now, but, thank you to, and I don't mind having you, Commissioner Skinner, read those names. I know you weren't on it, but you can just read it into the record to thank them.
Oh, I'd be happy to. Commissioner O'Brien, Commissioner Maynard, Todd Grossman, Dr. Lightbound, Tom Mills, Judy Young, Crystal Bolsheman, Lily Wallace, John Scully, and Grace Robinson.
Yeah, so thank you. It's a very important, and look at John. He's there with a, he is there participating from behind his screen. So I am very, very happy with the work. I really looked at it before. And I just think it reflects all the values that I know we work hard to live by every day when we're at work in this public forum. Commissioner Hill, sounds like you feel the same way. No tweaks. Commissioner Skinner, did you say you still want some time? I might have misheard, or are you prepared to say?
I am all set. I
You're
think
all
it's
set.
thorough. I think it reflects the good work of the team. So.
And I agree.
Yeah, and you know, the beauty is just like a regulation, these kinds of policies or mission statements, you tweak them along the way. And so it's a living document, right? If then a need arises, something shifts, you fix, adjust. So thank you. Should we, I think I reserved, yeah, for a vote, and I think it deserves that. Do I have a motion?
I'm happy to do it, but I feel, I'm wondering if it comes better from somebody not on the group.
You should lead it. You should lead it.
That's fine. I can move.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I move that the commission adopt the revised Massachusetts Gaming Commission mission statement as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Commissioner Maynard.
Second.
Okay. Great work. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes, 5-0. Excellent. Well done. Mills, that will go up like immediately, right? They'll be publicizing for us, and that's just exciting work that's completed. So thank you. Now we have, I think, our final item on the agenda, 410. I'm looking at page 103. Oh no, there's a couple more. So we have item number 14 on our agenda. That's the update from the screening committee on the interim executive director.
Yep.
Hire.
So we, I think you've all seen the hold on your calendars for the 18th. That was the first date that looking they could get a chunk of time for all of us to sit, do final interviews and take a vote on the ED position. So on advice of council, we had one more meeting. We have one more meeting on the 11th to make sure we've done everything we need to do, at which point there'll be reach outs. I would hope, and I don't see the reason why there wouldn't be, to the candidates that will be asked to come forward, and then their names and resumes will be forwarded to the 5 of you no later than the Thursday prior to that Monday. So the 48-hour rule. So the agenda would go out, with the names on it, resumes forwarded to the entire commission by no later than 9 a.m. Thursday, the 14th.
Do we know how many candidates or not yet?
No. There's obviously at least 2. And we did, it is a tough decision. It is a good pool. So there will be at least 2. I don't think we can really say anything beyond that at this point.
So March 19th, Monday.
The 18th, I believe, is the Monday.
Oh, I can't say that. My apologies. Thought that was Sunday, the 18th. All right. So Monday. Oh, well, I know. It's because it's February still. I haven't turned the page yet. It's still the 29th. So
Yeah.
March 8th, it was Monday. I'm glad that I haven't been misreading the calendar all along. Okay, that sounds good. Commissioner Skinner, Commissioner Hill, you got any questions? Well, it's been a lot of work, so we appreciate your leadership on that, guys. Thank you. Okay. I got ahead of myself. We do have another item on the agenda, and this is to go over executive session meeting minutes. And Commissioner Hill, these are your minutes, but in order for us to review them, it's appropriate for us to consider going into executive session. I'll read the language into the record. The commission anticipates that it will meet in executive session to review minutes from previous executive sessions, as their discussion at an open meeting may frustrate the intended purpose for which the executive sessions were convened pursuant to GL Chapter 30A, Section 21, subsection A3, January 24, 2023, and GL Chapter 30A, Section 21, subsection A7, February 8, 2023. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thanks, Commissioner. Okay, Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard,
Aye.
and I vote yes. I should add that the public session of the commission meeting will not reconvene at the conclusion of the executive session. But before we do leave, is there any other business that you have, commissioners? Okay, Commissioner Skinner, I'm assuming you're hearing and I'm not hearing anything further. Then we have our marching orders to go into executive session, and Tom and Dave will transport us. Thank you to the entire team for the good work today, a lot done, and a long day. So thank you.